The award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio, Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, Obi, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
This is a program that I don't miss. It's on radio. It's on Asempa Radio. It's by Obi, our friend Obi. I like Obi's program because Obi has a way of doing the questions. When he's asking his guests the question, this afternoon I was interviewing Apo and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And when Obi is asking the questions, he has a very innocent way of putting what appears to be a very difficult question. And I think that his interviewees always enjoy it. And that 2 o'clock political program on Asempa is one of my best. Almost every afternoon I'm watching it.
No wish you well. Wish you well. Thank you so much for.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Nyamisha, you are also doing very well. We are also very, very proud of you. Very intelligent journalist. But one-on-one with Obi, as I said, will prepare. So he knows how to pass all kinds of corners to get what he wants. And Kososo, we are proud of you.
The Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Blakwa and Moten and Kano. Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
Yeah, time I have that. If I have any aje. Na any man that ho never to accommodate so. Minimum say Ghana da wakoma so. Sounds when da makoma so. Yeah. Nti ye hwe na o man impeja.
Asempa de eno na obi ati. Edu awia na maje ba bia aboso. Inti no Asempa FM there. Umpo beti.
Yeah, that's it.
Na dey Obi, is it what captain's band na bo. E dey umpo beti no. Nyamisha mo bo adwuma.
Yeah, that's it. Promise I'm watching on that tag code ano.
Me continue na me cheche ho muyi. Ansa me free mako be go fra mako.
Yeah, best thing about being comobio. Why?
You the floor say.
Me need your say Bonsu.
Because Bonsu.
Who me now frame me Obi a meje also. Why?
In the zone Obi am one na.
Chairman Medase pa. Chairman Kutin, Central Regional Chairman, Hedima MPP. Hey, Chairman Kutin do be kunipa o. Wow.
Obi. Yeah. Ya tiatie fo ina.
Tiatie fo jo.
Ani adofo ina. O program dey on say we adu say ya ha na so nyina tie. Ha na ndi fo nyina tie. Samafo kratie o.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Na said that we are tenetene ho. Na yesu adwen I betimi dey abo man kana. And so be how and somehow pa.
Chairman Kojo Boatin akwaba na pom tsen.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Na obo ade adarum obi so me hu wa che kakra.
Papa.
I'm the same account, but the I'm so okay. The Minyard is obedient, body, your mental. He's a fine gentleman. Yeah. The Tradian Pomacy, so they are be do. They are chairbush and phone, Wabro try tea war, but we shall feel good allow it. They love you too much. You see, I think you are doing a great job. Obi. Yeah. Me pay boni na so beto aso dia oye.
Amen.
Na oye adwuma say na your encouragement. Say there is a bright future ahead of you. You keep it up. You ask intelligent questions. That be I make sure me say I told you now me tifie na fe u bisa na fe u nipa na answers na. E wo mu na dia be wo me say you arrest my case. Why are there?
Chairman akwaba na saying
Obi me da se bebre nya me dia chain na me share obi na Obi Eastern region for so much help.
Asempa FM.
Now you say they identify out. Now we just know there to say you might know and said the Eastern region for you no. Obi nyame Israbosu account. Into Dana Bompire. I bring in no or the na ho den chewie pa. No what done as one more media to me yes edge because Eastern region you one region now. Bibia obey your Ghana. So I'm you tuma. Obeso CD. What do you want to mount your CD? In THL, and I said, they can kind of.
The engineer are reflected in GDP, and it is clear. We into the devil is in the detail.
It's in the detail.
We have detailed analysis. No? You can clearly see where the growth came from and its effect on employment.
It's always a pleasure talking to you. Yeah, that's a power area.
Now, Thursday, I said,
maybe I'm a first day.
Hey. So I'm not paying me questions. I'm radio. Next time I will find out.
John Boedu and Yatin and Kano. Honorable Kwesi Amwako Ata.
Yo.
Apomu Yade.
Obi me Johnson.
Obi be aboko the honorable.
Oh, Aja, Wadauruma, Ofa. Said the Bia make catch your Obi the only go of I can be a Uber from not just a Samoa.
Yeah, you barber show.
Okay, Obi. Yeah.
But I'm not. Obi no kwere ba ko pe.
Asempa FM.
Me radio TV bia mo bia o se utim de to e Asempa.
Asempa FM.
Ena minim se nipa bebre, o mo mu Asempa de e butu a bichimato. Me wo Ghana hanko ade a e butu a na mo nka me de beto Asempa. Me wo ni ada pata o wana me de beto. Bo amanane a Ghana time 2 o'clock me de beto.
Yes. Mamendas na memfa konya oso enchia etifo nyina o muti Ekosiisen dwumadi no na yebedom so ase because Asempa Asempa nyina so efi etifo and me gigi self Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda a wuti na adwuma pa maye da be pemisa mrenti memsa ma muni adwuma fo mpenifo nyina
kwaya nanka o de be 3 hours the time sisi a amanfo enam so a wo free enchi quarter there so wa che wa kwan so 20 minutes no wedu sisi a aso wo mutie because when him obi wo mut western of 40 Asempa now e ba wo show na ene say me ha mani ameka say e yoso wo musum show no enti enkoma ye di no western not for aso demu pa na wo nim say asema ye ke e no kre trodo
Kofi they will turn against them. Boem constituency for nyina.
Boem for Joe because we program omumfa in the agro and they listen to it a lot and also you are doing very well. And let me use this opportunity to congratulate you. More platform program award. It's a great award. More you are there and you are doing so well. People will criticize you, but that is the only that is the success some of them. Yeah, it helps you to listen and then do more. That's why you are winning the honors. And that's why you are winning the honors. And to keep it up.
Yeah, that's
with a great respect, Obi, Asempa Moyebi. And you continue to do better. Especially Obi questions I would tell beside you. Hey, I think I'm yet to see Obi our contest too. So the media, yes, you've played your part and you are still playing. But I say yen no man so ayenya akonya betina hanom no. Yen sua more better research, better references I be make. I'll be so what if ya or with my fa ababi free mu. Say be a free hakra na ekwa abonte or shower or say akama look and say and ka the way crack and one kebeboa because wisdom is not in a single man's head. I believe those also listening have a lot to contribute for us to move. So we need to build a nation, we need to fix our country, but indeed by so doing we must fix our mindset and attitudes.
Kamal Dean Abdullahi. How about now? It's saying,
oh, Obi, Nyakopon. Tuminti bibia edadi enre china me watamale na metie Ekosiisen I think one of the networks in Tamale ABC radio and as usual you are fantastic in fact Obi Meka say we have not been shortchanged by multimedia at all.
Ekosiisen on assemblyment or you're sitting on the seat no has actually proven to us say indeed Ghana has the men, and Ghana will continue to have the men in the media industry. Asempa Matisse Mwanya.
CIMG Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen.
Obi.
Me boma baso papa.
Henry Nanabuache, Nana B, Abe Cancer. Nana Kwaba net saying Obi. Henry Nanabuache.
It's a Juma idea, Obi. We are the living legend. Juma idea.
Living legend, pa.
Living legend. Unyamianim Ukraine. Udin Yashita. Menana Nsan of free. Yashita. Obi, we training to Ayana. Yedeji Sunko. Inti we the living legend
on Asempa. Miso Mpreko. Base bibi aboko.
Nyame adaroma. Nyame de nanso e de afam ye. De bia da se ade achi sei awia yikokobo de na ebuka ev no. Uti ubi ana se oje wutata free adwuma ma se wi lunch no.
Yeah.
Na say we odopon adwuma edi obi our time is very strategic is a nipa no after adwuma o ya office o feel board na say you come in with a lot of excitement near that
obi enye bia na bisa o say den ko so kasa bebre enti the past few days insurance and doctor you see former president Mahama say insurance enye juma then e kosu obi afro mi si munya botere everything is cool obi munje na Thursday dura say me was me share obi abeka say why you say Elisha
oh
obi me share na obi say doctor bi okay am say bi fine but say me dura Asempa obi me mean say me go because you don't have to speak every and anywhere. Is the lesson.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes Asempa, Nyabote Kakra. If the forum can provide you with solutions, it is enough to speak.
Yeah.
And tell me, my band and Elisha na Messiah.
Elisha, obviously Elisha.
And Makwana, Ngobose we will be banana shoko and be fast.
Emma, Dr. Edward Omaneboama Akwaba. Doc, Boko there.
Obi Nyamiadum.
Yeah. Fantastic. Congratulations on your new appointment.
Thank you very much. But Obo Humadi. So Obo Humadi. I mean, I say Ekosiisen day. Apart from being on air, Mamintonga. But I'm going to check it.
So let Jesus' character, lifestyle be our example. Let him be our example. Your example is not that arrogant person who is all over the place, very loud. Sometimes when I'm listening to discussions on Ekosiisen, I'm a keen listener to Ekosiisen. Every 2 o'clock I'm on it. I'm listening to they are the current, current issues. And you see arrogance, you hear.
Hey, Obi. Also, Obi. Obi because you much more.
Yeah, easy.
But I must commend you for the work you did for Mother Ghana when you team in 2023. It will amaze you to know. I mean, from penning for Muti. I don't know if they will want me to put their names out there, but Minima Sofo Ghana, the fathers of the charismatic Pentecostal faith, Muti this platform.
Amen.
And they listen. The last time I met one of them and said, "Oh, Uba Asempa na miti. Asempa de wana miti every time, yeah.
Wow.
Miti Obi, he's doing very well. Wow. So it just tells you the impact that you are making. It cuts across. I think people appreciate the depth, the dexterity with which you approach your work. Any nimdiania obrasi any nyansa odi ewe juma enye onkwa no producers ne omo kan nyina nti yeda Asempa foase one management ne omo kan nyina say 2023 by the grace of God you helped us.
Yes.
Mudi nyansa ne nimdie ne nyame adwen through education information amode buy amode boy me assure say 2024 by the grace of God, you do even more than you did.
Even more.
You've done great, but we know, sir. I keep telling the people who are around me that there is always a place called up.
Up.
There is always a place called up. No matter where you have reached, there is another place called up. And so you don't have to relent. You don't have to be complacent at all. You are doing well, especially in this year, election year. Nyame adom ni nyansa ene ne homo Roberts now, so to steer most of the conversations right, so that the day or how ne abenini oyini ene usu ebeba o mine mu no nyame befa so na wa calming every because this is the only nation we have.
Medase nedi kan no mame enchia wetiefo bi na obi mezozo memo mabaso se ono production team Mr. Brano Ghana for betting I koso e wo wiase ne oman mu a egise Ekosiisen. Yes. Na akoye Ekosiisen susu yi na asi ebusa se ehin na ne mana kosi.
Asempa FM
Ekosiisen medase. Ekosiisen so ne ha ya Asempa FM. Mamema Dr. John Oforitenkran Akwaba na yenshase eni enkomo oye big man, Director General Edema Snet. Boss Akwaba net saying
Boko Minia. Vivia Koye.
As me who watch this.
Obi say see me a big man. Only a big man. Only a show from all over the world. You know say common surprise here man for almost show. Just a show na ajibe bia.
That's it. But Snet Boko there.
Nyame adom. Ene mo pai bonti yeguso. Yeah, juma kakra.
Yeah. Network mu ya Santwa ya Asempa FM. Network mu Asanteng ne Ekosiisen. Ekosiisen. Network mu ya Bonra Ekosiisen. Ena network ya ye kan wasem. Emu na yiri Ekosiisen. Ena network mu ochenyene Ekosiisen. Ena network mu gamanche. Ekosiisen. Ena network mu awula efi wo Ekosiisen. Na network mu tobi Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
So no, how do you develop it? Suke is the same word and etymologically Hoana Obinya to say psychology. Oh, okay. Psychotic. Okay. Psychiatry. Okay. Suke. So it's the mind.
The mind.
So the people that have written about the kind like Paul Tillich, Monet, and Sankofon, they will tell you the seat of your soul is your mind. Inti ukra na kunya otiso. So if you are going to develop your soul, it is the mental development. So when Bob Marley was saying emancipate yourself from mental slavery, he was talking about the deliverance of the soul.
Of the soul. Wow.
Emancipate yourself from mental slavery, for none but ourselves can free our minds. Because to get to a place, of course, there is a German philosopher that's also said, of all the bonds that keep man in chains, man is able to free himself when self-control he gains. And so you have to get, and all those things were soulish realms. They were soulish talks. They were things to do with the suke, and in 2024, if you're going to do well, how you invest, what you put in, how you build your mental capacity, your cognitive processes and ability, and then they determine where you're going to go. Wow. It's not so much in I claim it and I receive it, and the jargons that are being thrown about all over the place, and everybody is claiming and receiving and jumping and grabbing and ingesting and injecting and digesting. No. It is most of the things that are going to happen in your world are mental. Because what God wants to do is in the spirit. Yes. You live in a material world, but for it to move from the spirit realm to your material realm, you need the conduit, which is the soul, to bring it to pass. And the seat of the soul is your mind. Wow. So a man cannot become, you cannot, in fact, you are as developed as your level of mental exposure. You are as rich as your mind.
Your mind.
You are as lifted as the ceiling or the canopy of your mind. You can never transcend beyond your mental capacity. If you want a nation to develop, you develop the cognitive processes, the thinking ability, the analytical skills of a people. You develop the reasoning of the people. You don't develop the others. You develop the reasoning. And he say, if there is an opportunity to go to school, now analytical skills, because if the person cannot reason well, no matter the wealth you leave to your child or for your child, because it's your mind, and the mind is such that there is nobody that will have the mind stretched for it to return to its original position. And you have to think about. That's why the Bible says that as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So can you imagine the heart itself? You don't think with your heart, technically. You think with your mind. But the Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, because the seat of the soul is the mind, but the seat of the spirit is the heart. Now he's using two words. It's a hybrid conjecture that the writer is using. That if your mind is able to get it, you are able to transmit it to your heart.
Wow.
So there is a flow, an incessant flow that is supposed to come from your mind, and it will engulf your spirit, and you see that your spirit will begin to move in that alignment. Obi, if a man is going to fornicate, it doesn't start with the spirit or the body. So obi person or back or that or person conum we or person cocaine or person nsa, and your spirit in the neck and then your body in the kitchen, a mind in the kitchen and condo. So it tells you that whatever you are going to do, you have to guard your mind. Let me put it right. Guard your soul. The seat of the soul is the mind, but guard your soul. That is supposed to mean that the kind of information that you allow into your space in 2024, you should be very mindful.
So you're very careful about
Be mindful throughout your lifetime. Be mindful of the information, the things you allow transmitted into your system. So we have sexually transmitted diseases. We have relationship transmitted diseases, obstacles and hindrances as well. And the oncophobia on same utia. That's why we beat now.
It's true.
Because there is a feeding into your soul space. And your soul, because it's a glue, it has the pull effect. Your mind will be able to tell you that now how you because your soul has been exposed and there are certain signals that have been sent into your soul. And so in 2024, if you want to do right, that's why I call it life essential. If you're going to do right, it's essential that you guard your soul. Guard your soul, the music that you listen to, guard your soul, the books that you read, guard your soul, the soap operas that you watch, guard your soul, the movies that you watch, guard your soul, the people that you allow them to speak to you, guard your soul. There are things that you have to guard yourself against, so that certain negative comments, a damping one will not come to you. Obi, life is so short. That there are certain things that you don't even have to allow them into your space. We call it the brevity of life.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
They say that I am a Kachenko for say Abraboye say you better not 18 poor.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Yakunye brejo tikrom kwechu mama yenina so bianya so kana bina koso kana betumpon inti mama yenina so bianya so kana bina koso kana betumpon
Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Asempa FM. Suni Emrena Subio. Edi Ekosiisen Jumediana Airbramo. Wednesday afternoon, the midweek edition of the show, live and airborne from our studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra. Osei, Bonsu from Yobi. Let me thank our production team, a team led by Dominic Kisi Yaboa, with support from Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei in Tiamoa. Yawa Mai Hene Kwabana Sante, Equia Boachua Yadom, Kezia Ousu, and the rest of the team. We say a big good afternoon to you, and do have a really good afternoon. From now till 6:30 p.m., our duty and pleasure to bring you Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show, live on Asempa FM. All talk all day. We are live on YouTube, live on X, formerly Twitter, and then on Facebook. It'll be to me, Akayan live on all of these platforms, and let's stay interactive. Please watch our live stream, share the stream if possible, and then post your comment. Now, Yebesha Kai Amam, especially more and more Facebook. And remember, say your page, a relatively new page, I created for Asempa FM. It is Asempa 94.7 FM. You can watch the live stream and share the stream, but please like the page in here, Papa. The same for YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, Asempa 94.7 FM, and invite friends to also watch us on YouTube live. Yeah, well, WhatsApp number so you're very active. 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Mrs. Subio 0548 443 523. And come through with your WhatsApp messages, and I'll make time and share your thoughts with the rest of the world. Remember, our show is live on the World Wide Web, myjoyonline.com and adumonline.com. Oko multi TV decoder and this radio channel no benya Asempa FM also. Sanso and HD plus decoder and so radio channel Asempa FM so ebia wo no nin kran and as a main kran ba wo any of the other 16 and as a 15 regions of Ghana. So we Greater Accra region Efremwa. We have affiliates in almost all the regions in our country. Can FM ewo Salaga, Storm FM Sunyane, and Idaso ewo Japekrom, Iriase FM Wenchi, Royal FM Wenchi, PZ Radio or Boise Cruise FM or Commandant, Time FM or Fin, so Adansia FM, Ewa Santia Chem Agogo Bankam Radio, Ewa Jokwa, Afima Radio Koforidia, Aseda FM or Sekendi Takrade, or Chiame FM or BBN in JFM or Ejura, and at Today's Radio and so Ejura. Those are stations here in Ghana. Okwamanonia, over 125 radio stations and a far Ekosiisen live. And day 2 of our beginning the year right series, and of course it happens to be the second edition of Ekosiisen as well in the new year. And I believe we all learned a thing or two from Enra, the awesome presentation from the very good Dr. Michael Bwedi Nyameche. Enra Okasai about life essentials. Powerful presentation. And Tuaso, my very good friend, a colleague elder of the Church of Pentecost, Amos Kevin Anan, will join us this afternoon. Now, second speaker for this year on the Beginning the Year Right series. And we hope after ending session, you will learn quite a lot from Amos Kevin Anan, or a CEO of Heart and Habits Foundation. CEO Heart and Habits Foundation. He will speak to us on the topic Love, Lessons and Legacies. Love, Lessons and Legacies. But before I say no ebebano, you remember call northern part of Ghana, ni yakwakudi enkomo efa NPP parliamentary primaries eba koso ne vet na ene koso in Sembebrina ACC in some of the constituencies are the pinchen kakra aba ebe kwakudi ehon enkomo. And later on the show yani Amos Kevin Anan area. Yeah, the mobile call Botiano English man from constituency. Sitting and penny a Sylvester Matthew Tete. Or science work could be, in fact, NAYA say or covetin. Ufri Vetin last year, he will join us here in studio. Not yet no Edin Kuma. Why he wants to still contest again as MP for the people of Botiano English man for this and community. Sylvester Tete will join us, and then we go a bit more into his record in that constituency and other matters arising. Join us with your thoughts on our WhatsApp number. Na yenshare in this uncommon 0548 443 523. Yeah, that's SNET assay, Eda ZP assay, the Access Bank assay, and a DBS, Obapa Product, Kingdom Real Estate, Syntex Tank, EcoBank Ghana, Angel Cola, Kingdom Herbal, Seahorse Engine Oil, and a Franco Trading Enterprise. Yadomunyana say for their benevolence. Omona Boyami Timidi Ekosiisen Jumedi Ebremo live every weekday on Asempa FM. But one thing I'm person me busa and it's minim engine oil we use, especially even for coolant, no. And adia bakwa ye mo bebre na enhada am pay attention coolant a wodi go engine mo no bebre na obehwe na se ne coolant esa instead of be coolant papato no wa pay nsuo no kwase de nsuo ye clean kra gum kra nkenye problem nsuo fin bi adumja entina wa pay nsuo fin bia e de agum o say wo engine no because coolant a we use now say ma benefit be enum anase ennan. Coolant no should be able to protect your engine from overheat. Na number 1. Number 2, I was say coolant no prevent rust and was say ma wo engine be are nache rust and corrosion in the engine and our radiator tank no I was say coolant it me bo ho ban na anwe nache. And number 2. Number 3, I was say coolant it me wo engine no e gina so eche. It should prolong the lifespan of your engine. Very, very important. Number 4, I was say coolant so boama reduce fuel consumption. Is a coolant nun to me and yes, a problem. Ena e was a coolant ne boa monya a very smooth driving condition in the nyoma way and a coolant ye de montenye insuo keke ne pe ehwiegu engine nim se o ma me de bibia gum e me ma engine cool dabi e was a pe Seahorse 50-50 engine coolant. Seahorse 50-50 engine coolant. A boy juma brutal. Now more other grades. It be a 3367 coolant and here for good protection. There were 1090 coolant for normal protection. But I hope the boy juma pana a 50-50 coolant. No solid. Men Canada. Mr. Messias do not use water to replace engine coolant. Coolant the nsuo ene edugum. So would nsuo egumua for a long period ebe cause rust ebema o tank na we na achi ama engine na kasa nso awe na achi e that's ma wo engine anya adwuma nche ema e de hyane nso ma me Seahorse ene beboa wo so wo pe engine oils apapa nso a ne nyina Seahorse e wo bi your shops across the country lubricant shops in Ghana who rub a biobina Seahorse product at all. Open someone who didn't come out for 0244 577 559 0244 577 559 and a 0540 424 386. Seahorse 50-50 coolant. A bo engine ho buying kama. And any bresem and mestre say obefani serious. And yes, our car no. Into me enye juma enchema said here open into mention and so MIA. There's a message here which says Obi, official part to you and your crew. In fact, last year's Xmas was a epic one in this country to the extent that the price of chicken in my village was 200 Ghana cedis. Ghana is seriously under immense medical unit, but trust me, Osro Bekasa this year for the return of John Dramani Mahama. 24 working hour economy Obiya Bedidi. Ekins Ofori, communications officer of the NDC, Ebuakwa South, Chebi to be precise. You don't know say Brunya and they dry, Emano, dry, or see that a epic Brunya. Ekins Ofori. Hey, okay. Where's the Obi? A happy new year to the hard-working Director General of SNET, Dr. John Ofori Tenkran, and Nana Safu Udro, CEO of Brekum Chelsea. From the Accra rep of Brekum Chelsea Football Club, Inko Joseph, and Odiwe are praying. We say, Obi, happy, glorious birthday going out to Delvin Safo Sam, aka Kobe of Samsam Junction in Media. It's from your dad, Kofi Sam, your mom, Florence. It's from your auntie Akos, Nana Kwesi, Becca, and the rest of the family. They say they love you so much, Kobe. And also a happy birthday going out to you, Prepra Dominic, aka Aluta, inside Odum in Kumasi. And from your daddy Prince, and from Diego Kwame C4, and Wadosti. And the parados are phoning in us so much now, Emma Awodapa, Master P, or London, the way Abba. Obi, please. Let me see. Okay. Let me see the other messages we have here. Where's it will be? This is to wish you a fantastic new year, full of the blessings from above, favor, strength, wisdom, and money. Very, very important. May all your heart desires be fulfilled together with your family. Richmond was Standard Chartered Bank. Richmond, thank you so much for your very kind words. Or more, sharing with YouTube, Dawson. Peter Lembo says, Obi, good afternoon to you. I'm watching you live from Bogoso. I said that you do all. I like your program. Peter Lembo, thank you. Gabla Lawrence, I said good day. We'll be watching you live from Bedwood in Australia. Happy New Year to all the multimedia group. Okay. Mamenko Homanusaneyanko, the Northern region. Na original correspondent Ilyasu Abdul Rauf. Ma yeneno ini enkomo. I am sure said in your Mexico Abdul Rauf Akwaba na apom to saying
Nani Adam Obi
Official Panso
I think committee no I feel anything come now and then so Amen.
Yeah, to say all is not well will bimbila as far as the NPP is concerned. Then Ekosu bimbila Dominic Nitiwul constituency.
Obi, no that's it, baby. No, Niema, and said that Enkoyi, Bimbela, Nina, ene say yina nim say NKP ena MPP amanyoko no ebi nkratam say wa we party ba ofi say ugina ona so party no mu a ohu eni asem no obetumi afa form no bi na what feel now the aba na ehwe se bibia da mu yi a promise beba ye be kwa kugina ye be tomo so aba wa obedi nkunim no na wajinam and the ama constituency as member as a parliamentary candidate na watumi e the akwa pre 2024 abato office a ewe yemini na kwasem ni ebra omu bie mu no Bimbila constituency no owura bi a ye fe no Alhaji Zaruk ade a wono no eso efa form no bi a we MPP ni mapa na wo hese onu so betimi a contest bi na mpo no se otumi enyemu a na wokọ nti owura nitu no na member of parliament wo Bimbila constituency ho no so ya ade a onu so efa form no bi na ntremu ne se ebra dino ebeba se de nyina ni enne na vet ne esa se wo oman yi mu a oman sifa from so eka ho bi no enne esa se na dino ebeba ye vet no ebekọ so a din aba o mo ebe o vet ni a de Bimbila constituency no na zaru kunu ya yi ne din afiri mu a na eche se yewura nitu automatic na obekọ onopus na no ena party ma omo no ewo Bimbila constituency we bi ebo ande so omo chese de ekọ so na sa asifie bi eya ayiniti ewo ba bi omo tena ho a enye enti no omo no ane anopai ena omo di omo ni chire mu party no constituency office before so medru okra na yeto abo ne ade ehun hwehwe nyina ya ade a papa ya na se abaye arehosem ho no mo hwehwe size so ahodo ewo ho nyina eni se party no mpanifo a mo equipment mu a chama samba eda won ano no no atimi akọ benkrom ahekwan a omefa so a ometumi ema nitu ana the member of parliament o Bimbila na atimi akọ on the post na no na omo ase enyeye because omo na o constituency ho se ko base ye ma omo nyina akọ akansie na de bi kwa kosie bia no nka ebetumi aboa no party na atimi aba benkrom support na 2024 no motumi asa so atoa atime konyan so atoa so Bimbila constituency ho no mo na party manager say chairman samba any party mpinifo bi a ebi ho Bimbila ho no mo ene kabo mo ye saa de na omutu anamo sa no mo kire say enye ade se omo beti ase ene enye ade se omo beti ase esna the party no ehwe say like ometumi a ye bibi a se fata ene omo decision na omo anya dika ateki no read no omo nchen sign na fa sumdie mra party no enye saa 2024 no enye ade se omo de omo support bi adema party ma he omo bufuo no bebi a na akọ aduru no a na enye ade se obi akra stop omo a na eye ya se abo no eni na mu omo papa niema ehwehwe site ne ade a na ebeye ohaw pa yi na ebe a Alhaji Zaruk no eso ete se de ekoso ewo Bimbila ewo ne din mu no eno no ewo friends and trefo ehia mu ewo Tamareko de manim se ya na wode abetrede edeto ne supporters na ni so mo he na omonya abotre we de nkeye abusuasem ba akoba no se de agbai no omonya abotre na omo he kwan a ometumi ede afa so he kwan pa ede asundie ebeba party ni mu na wosan so frɛ party mu mpinifo sɛ akwanya bi bɛda ho sɛ ya ɛya ɔmoma no enkosa de ɛwɔ sɛ ɛkɔ na enya sɛ ntikyemu ahodo a ɛba bɛba because 2024 abato yɛ we anim ya ɛnya adeɛ sɛ ebe easy ɛde ama afanu ni nyinaa sɛ oso obetumi anya problem ɛwɔ odim sɛ wonya problem wɔ odim a na sɛ advantage na akɔ akɔdi onyanko no sai nti ɔbɛfrɛ party mpinifo sɛ ɛba ni sɛ ya ɔmo kwan pa ɔmo de bɛfa so a enkonkofa abufuo ni ohaw bia entimi ba ti obetiem ewo Bimbila abato mpɛso afa no kwasem ni enye ade sɛ mante no ebo agye so mprempren kwa meka sɛ kopem sɛ ɔmo kyɛ sɛ mpinifo antwe ɔmo decision na nsa a enye ade sɛ ɔmo bɛte ase
okay enti Rauf na yɛtene Rauf video na wo de baaye no utumi sɛ na ade asa we utwa ne da me enro anajo ana
sɛ I friend say the ekos no ase ahomate na iwemu enhyeda entete saa na omo hwa atente dina mu a na iwem kwa ebetete ya na ebeda na nti sɛ wo hwɛ the ekos wo na before no start enyimre no ene kɔso a bedru ene ya ekoso a eto aso no nti omo de omo aka asisi bia ama ntiase abeto omo group no omo ntiase no mu sɛ wo mu nyina ewo benkrom antwe de omo ke na ansa ya de omo ye no eye first step omo take omekoswa aye de omoye nanso no ebra de omoko emani no ede sentrefo ehyiamu ebe hyehyɛ so no ati no de enya ade sɛ mabunu na pɛ sɛ omo ne yɛn de kasampo na oma kyerɛ sɛ de mu ko bi nipa sɛ metinti na mo kontokwai de wo kanye na de na mo so mowo eye efa ho no no kwase enya ade sɛ ya ti bi am pempe ati omo anu na de yɛni kan ati a yɛkura ne sisi ane ne sɛ omo antwe mpanifo antwe de omo yɛ ansan a enye ade sɛ omo bɛ ma party no eho atimi atɔ no e obi mbla abato enteswa no so na omehwe nso sɛ eba na saa 2024 no eho how ebeba party no so
enti mebao eye bimbila constituency omu bie kwan sɛ amanfo mefa nomination forms no nipa mienu ena ekoko faaye ena nipa mienu afile eye Dominic Nitiwul and one other person, right?
Saa na tie
ena omaye veteran no
and then a veteran na ekoso
enti mebunu ne sɛ omote sɛ party mpanyifo pɛ sɛ omo disqualify the other man na sɛ den
omo kyerɛ sɛ edi no kura ba no na the other man no Alhaji Zaruk no na ne din kura nim enti na sɛ saa na tie the automatic no na sɛ yewura litu no post oh okay so you know akọ contest ya file and then a veteran na ekoso ya hɛ sɛ say nipa mienu na say you don't say bia say we be kon na we akɔtena na say we be kon na we akɔnwumra ba we de ba sa no obi adi enka eye MP no ho wono ko ani di na wo ho no eno na ma ya abufue ehya
no nti the mebru ne kan say they should restore man needing ewo process name, right?
Exactly. Omo say omo ma man no edi emeka ono omo nko akon no ana say contest no aye primaries no say ekoba say omo to aba no na say yewura nitu ewini a party ni nyina na ewini say ekoba say yewura Alhaji Zaruk no na ewini a party ni nyina na ewini omo timi aba together no mo timi abo apucha ma de e wo say party ni enya na say nkunu bia say ba party na from no na timi aba
enti mehwe office ya na omugina ni ma utwa video and for mo amutie yen no oba YouTube and Facebook a obenya video ni bi ahwe emabunu ni bu ana efu ahomachi and some of the things they did oma say ni oma office wa na Rauf
yeah office na kasa de oma sadam answer na nhwehwe wo office no hu nyina de oma papa ni nyina enso omo ye no nhwehwe enti oma papa ni nyina Lubert ni we ni de eyade oma papa ni nyina na oma hwehwe size a omo de kyerese omo bu afu
na now say man na wasanka o contest here o moyi ni dia free mo no ono ankasa ye press conference ene
an wone no nimpani for eye ya na omo ma party man na omo bu fu e obi mbila na abotre se omo hwe na omo kuma emra form na omo hwe kwan pa omo betumi e de afa so ahye ni yi da enka o ha bi am
wow Mate bibi ani ebese aba be din komo bio why me da say inti Abdul Rauf ena moten kan ye Northern Regional Correspondent inti bimbila situation e wo ho ena watwa infoni de ache from mo amunim no munim say the Honorable Dominic Nitiwul started off as a member of the PNC, that's the People's National Convention. Na Odikai ba Parliament through a by-election, you know, when the Honorable Eben Chambers resigned as MP to be the Executive Secretary of ECOWAS. That decision occasioned a by-election, and no Dominic Nitiwul etimi iwini at the bar Parliament in the year I think 2002, you know, in the Mr. Honorable Chambers, Dr. Eben Chambers, good. In 2002, and Uwini at the bar Parliament at the time, one of the youngest, if not the youngest, MP, age 25, and Dominic Nitiwul, a bar Parliament in 2020. He's been there for quite a while, you know, building a home, rising through the ranks, and it got to a point that the NPP then had to poach him and Omupochi from the PNC to run on the ticket of the NPP, and he was successful at that. And still Odiba Parliament, and he's been there all this while, you know. And I say, onya opportunity, we're building a home, in studying a lot. I mean, in Germany, or any certificate in conflict prevention in 2003, conflict management in 2005 from the International Academy for Leadership. He obtained his Masters of Business Administration in Finance at the University of South Wales and a Master of Laws in Corporate Finance at the University of Westminster. And he's done quite well for himself. And another Ewini be a president, Omano Defense Minister. And somebody thinks Charlie watch it into also contest and akwakofa in some way aba and you would see. But if you look at the Bimbila constituency, you would realize in 1992 Muhammad Ibn Chambers, doctor and a year on MP on the ticket of the NDC. 96 na George Impambi Dagmanyi and a MP on the ticket of the PNC. The year 2000, Muhammad Ibn Chambers, Dr. Saimba Abiyo on the ticket of the NDC. And then in 2002, Oreza so ECOWAS Executive Secretary, which occasioned the by-election, Dominic Nitiwul won in 2002 on the ticket of the NPP. So the American Kano. Before then, he was a member of the PNC and MPP, Ekofano, Manibe running on their ticket. In the 2002, and Dominic Niti will win that by-election. Interestingly, we did by-election in 2002 by Parliament, or the 2 years of Parliament. 2004 elections, that was when another President Kufuor Beko in the second term. 2004 elections, and a Dr. Muhammad Ibn Chambers signed by and Ubewini on the ticket of the NDC. And Dr. Chambers winning 2004, 2008, and a Dominic Niti will sign by and Obabe winning, and he's been MP since 2008 till now. In the year 2008 to 2016, that should be 8 years, and 2016 to 2020 and 2024 another 8 years. Within 2 years. Or by on through by-election, that is 20 years in Ghana's parliament. He's been there for a while. And on any contest by any Mutiedia reporter, Yenia Raouf, and Sama Ekosu Bimbila, and on Timunshan and so. Ekosiisen in higher Asempa 94.7 FM. Where say, Obi, please wish my daughter Delia Dede Adano long life, and I said Delia Dede Adano, long life, good health, success and favor from God and men. It's from your dad Samuel Tay Adano, or a photojournalist, Graphic Communications Group Limited, and your mom Vasti Adano, your siblings Delvin and Dita Adano. They all say a happy birthday to you. Obi, happy birthday to Kingsley Kwabena Apia of the Fidelity Bank Headquarters Legal Department. God will continually bless and the works of your hands. You shall never lack anything good in this life. Live to be 94.7 and beyond. Hashtag Ekosiisen and hashtag beginning the year right. Alex Martinson. Hello, Obi. Afishiapa to you and your team. When I saw Dr. Gideon Boakon's post on his agenda to contest the Tano North seat, I was shocked to say the least. Obi, I remember vividly his interview with you last year on the issue with Fred Aprempe. He clearly mentioned that he is not the mastermind of the then problem and that he does not have any MP ambition to be engaging in such activity. Did he say that? Or only MP ambition? I don't think he said that. Only MP ambition. No, I don't think he said that. He also added, even if he would contest for the seat, it would only come in the future. Even with that, he was not so sure The future came early. Trust no politician. I said to myself, Godi Ewotema. The future can be tomorrow. If I'm speaking to them, I say in future, it can be tomorrow. It can be 3 days after tomorrow. It can be next week, you know. And Godi Ewotema, ne dia brain. And Godi, thank you. Where's it, Obi? Good afternoon. And a glorious birthday to Mrs. Eva Abena Boache of the Ghana TVET service. Madam Eva, continue inspiring us. I pray the good Lord will continue to bless your kind heart and your good works. Cheers to you. Enam Raba Ewokede. Obi, Honorable Dominic Nitiwul remains the youngest person ever elected to our parliament, followed by Francisca Ortin Mensah in 2016, who was aged 26, and Honorable Isaac Esiama in 2005, who was aged 29. And Ernest Akowia Chum, our Adum newsroom. And Ernest, thank you so much. Inti Dominic Nitiwul in 2002 was 25 years when he won to become MP for the people of Bimbela. That's quite a record. I mean, 25 years. Wow. And Honorable Dominic Nitiwul Honsem and you can also let us have your thoughts. Yeah, WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523. 0548 443 523. We say, good afternoon, Obi. A happy new year to you and your entire crew on Ekosiisen. Please help me wish my junior brother Moses Ampedu, aka Boys Abre, a happy birthday. I wish him the very best and I love him very much. Emotion, or a doctoral researcher at the University of Bristol, and also a communications officer, NPP UK Bristol chapter, and on the way up praying. This one says, Obi, Ekins in Ebuakwa South should rest. Mr. Mahama is not coming back to the Jubilee House. Regards to Nana Ajiman Prempe, Director General of NADMO, and Kofi Japan of YEA. They are doing very well for God, country, and humanity. Samuel Brian Boabeng, Edie, and Nono. Let me see the other ones we have here, and then we can make progress. This one says, Obi, happy new year to you and your crew. I pray that this year, 2024, will bear good fruits to all nations. Ernest Ewatakrade. We say, Obi, I think it's a planned thing. Why the network they work? Okay. Network ben who semna. Okay, I don't get it. Well, Obi, good day and a happy new year to your good self for the hard work and selfless dedication, and again to wish your technical team a Chum Berima, Omai Hene Kwabena Santi, ABY, and all your good listeners around the globe. A special one to the incoming President John Dramani Mahama, Amasaman aspiring MP elect, Sedem Afenyo, the entire Masaman constituency and mine here, electoral area. Come December 9th, victory shall be ours. NDC with 55.56%, leaving the NPP with 41.1%. You watch this space, Obi. Patrick Ewo Ablekuma Joma Edie Eni. Obi, good afternoon. I don't understand why, as youth, would always continue to fight for politicians. I've completed nursing training college for the past 3 years, and I'm still at home. I'm Yao Ejay from Jamasi Buenim Atonoso. Odie Enono. Where's Obi? I want to wish Mr. Stephen in team, National Chair of the NPP, a happy new year. Mr. Kweku Bimpen, NPP UK Communications Director. Obaya, Deputy NPP UK Communications Director. Mama Kwatima in Stratford, London. Nana Enchi Eric. They have Regional Secretary of the NPP, and Dr. Baumia, a happy new year. OPK, Ediway Abrain. Obi, yesterday I followed what was happening in Bimbela. It is not the leaders who normally cause the trouble, but the constituency executives. I don't think the Bimbela MP will be afraid of a contest. He won the election once and lost again. He went and came back to win again. But sometimes the executives who are following up for money cry more than the bereaved. If Nitiwul loses the election to that guy, the NPP is finished in that area. Yahaya, Kota, Edi, Way, Abre, Yahaya, Edase. Where's Obi? Good afternoon. I'm watching you live from the Bank of Ghana in Takrade. Wow. Edase, Papa, and Yachia, Bank of Ghana staff water crading in Shramunyana. We thank you for always listening to us. Well, Obi, please, good afternoon to you. I really enjoy your program every day. In fact, keep doing the good work for Mother Ghana. Happy New Year to my boss, Clarence Tete Amwate, and my lovely sister, Dede Foni. Thank you. Obi, good day. You're doing a good job. Greetings to my family in Ghana, Kubi or UK. Odie Enie. Yeah, that's it. Papa. Okay, let me see. Enche Amos Kevin and Betna Senafe. Yeah, the beginning the year right. Day 2. Asheshe. So happy New Year to the hard-working Director General. Of SNET. I think I've dealt with this one. Inko Joseph. Thank you. Where's the Obi? My name is Seth. The Brekuso Ketasi Road construction has for the past 7 months been halted. And plying that route is terrible. We are suffering and our cars are breaking down. Brekuso Ketasi, enye hona yi wano. Ashesi University wano. Obi amwa constituency. Oh, nasa kwanzu wache dudu. Ebi na wafa kwane soda. And I know Fojo, many Dominic de Fojo ko fast. Fojo kai masa. Ya ba na car na yese yi no. Poto hache papa. Hey. Because Charlie, Ashesi University, world-class university, or the least we can do for Patrick Ewua is to fix that road. I mean, Charlie, Nkoi, Udru Ashesi Power to say yes. Any road need Charlie Mfa. We say Obi, kudos to Asempa. Your team really did well during the holidays. The analysis of the NPP picking of forms, etc. was fantastic. Asempa, no size. Thank you, Inti. Omaihine Kwabena Santi and the team did a marvelous job. I mean, with Omaihine, you are rest assured, sir. Everything is under control. Obi, please, good afternoon. Please wish Professor Daniel Obin Ofori, Vice Chancellor, and Reverend Professor Peter Nkrumah Amponsa, Pro Vice Chancellor, all of the Catholic University of Ghana. Catholic University of Ghana. A Catholic University and a Catholic University of Ghana. Ewo Fia Pre in Sunyane. A Happy New Year. Richard Akunyere Ewo Sunyane Esuakwa ena ono the way aba inti Catholic University Ewo Sunyane Fiapre. One very, very good university. Even though I agree, sir, there is only one university in Ghana, but other universities are not doing that bad. The only university in Ghana, University of Ghana. We say, okay, I think I've dealt with this one already. But I say, Obi, good afternoon to you and a happy new year. I know you are not discussing anything concerning school, but there is a problem in Sogakope Technical Institute. Please, Obi, first years are don't have a place to sit. Please, we want you to inform the Minister of Education to provide us with a place for the first years. Thank you. God bless you. My name is Daniel. First years ni baby te how. You know, Sogakope Technical Institute. Wow. Anyways, where's the Obi? I am Salisu Setre from Pawa Oti region. Happy New Year to you and your listeners. May 2024 be a better year full of opportunities with good health and long life. Obi, then Kwanta South conflict is escalating and turning into something else. The daily brutalities by the military is becoming terrible. The daily shootings is also becoming a ritual. And I call on everyone to cease fire. Government must take a key interest in the Kwanta South issue to avert further escalation. Kwanta South needs peace now. Salisu Setre Ediwe Abreye. Obi, good afternoon. Yesterday, I received a text from Apam Senior High School that we should pay an amount of 300 Ghana cedis for my child. Obi, I don't understand why they are doing that. Talk on our behalf, please. My name is Mr. Kofi. Mr. Kofi, I hear you. Let's see. Obi, a glorious afternoon and a happy new year to you and your crew. Abundance of God's blessings and long life. We have 11 months more to endure the hardships of Nanado and his MPP and what they've plunged this country into, but hope will surely come. The Ajenkwa, His Excellency John Mahama, will come to rescue us in December 2024. Happy birthday to Nana Yaw Yerenchi inside the US of A. Professor Babs, or NDC Director of IT, Ekropon constituency, and on the way, Abre. Hi, Obi. My name is Wilson Ferguson in Suhum. All this going on in the parliamentary premise of the NPP shows clearly that they are heading to a position which would make John Mahama the next president with his 24-hour economy, and Prince Kwejo Ado, the MP for Suhum constituency. Okay. Where's the Obi? Good afternoon. I love the beginning the year right lectures by the seasoned men of God. Keep it up. Thank you. And he again says, and that's Ernest from Takrade, he again says, Obi, clearly the president has lost faith in all state investigative bodies to investigate the SML matter, not even in his own office of the special prosecutor. Or refer to Enra's statement, a free presidency. But I'll read that statement no, for you in a short while. Obi, on record, Francisca Otin Mensah is the youngest MP in Ghana's history, not Dominic Nitiwul, because Otin Mensah was 23 years and Nitiwul was 25 years when they entered parliament. From Nana Ajeman Prempe inside Shashi. Or as the Francisca the end of 23. Okay. And the Francisca still holds that record. Hi Obi, I'm Kwame Owusu from Italy, Parma. Wishing you a happy new year and greetings to all NPP members in Parma chapter. We beg all NPP executives and members to come together, and victory will be ours in the name of our Lord. Amen. Frank Owusu, and I say Kwame Owusu na the way. Abacha Ewa Takrade. Abacha says, Obi, good afternoon. The happy new year to Honorable Kobio Trader Komensa, MP for Takrade, who doubles as the Western Regional Minister. Let me read this and pause here and welcome Amos Kevin Anan. Obi, good afternoon. Please, I want you to ask the MPs at Awutu Senya East and Awutu Senya West. Now, what are they doing about our road from Kaswa to Ofako, and also Ofanko to Bodriase? The road is very bad. Emmanuel Mensah, Emmanuel Mensah, Yadase, Papa. Obi, I disagree with you. In Ghana, you can use ordinary water for your car, radiator, because the weather is okay with it. In abroad, you need the antifreeze, because if you use ordinary water, it will get frozen, but it can get frozen in Ghana. But it cannot get frozen in Ghana from Dumso. Asema okay. Same way, Asema also okay. Say, Obi atna say you coolant. Ose Ghana had ye wood insure normal insure cry. Everybody. Dumso. Oma me ra ho. But a normal. But insure the don't ever take that advice from anyone. Enya de papa. Koto coolant. There is a reason why I coolant to perform a specific function in your engine. So I'm Ekosiisen. Elder Amos Kevin Anan. Asori penny akwa ba saying.
Me just many of them. Afisha pa.
Papa come to you. Afisa say na bibi ekoyi.
Afisa na love. Yeah. Life lessons and a legacies in Komano. Attorney Park Komasumo be the year juba.
That's nice. But I'm just saying we have a call.
Oh, Jamidum. I just said, me know didn't come over brave. Yeah, you want to see more.
Sure, I know. I feel say they na invites now you be Go and shake Nigeria for us.
Oh yes.
Yeah, go and make Ghana proud.
The Lord has gone ahead of his children.
Sure.
Yeah. Now be boy on buying.
Sure.
That's in so mujuma pa mudi. Ekosiisen so TM pa.
Yeah, that's it.
The guy said me called Nigeria last time.
Yes.
I was listening. From the University of Nigeria.
Yeah.
That was where I was based.
Oh, okay.
No, that's in Enugu.
Enugu, okay.
Enugu.
Oh, okay.
There's a place called Insuka. I was guest of the Anglican Diocese.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anglican Diocese.
Yes,
Insuka.
Bishop Agbo is a good friend of mine.
Hey, a Pentecostal or Anglican Diocese.
Well, because seminar be in Rwanda. In 2020, and he was one of the participants. And Yamedi to Nakoma so in quite an unusual way. And he no to frame in the men's ministry. Ekosisen. So right after that, there were some of the venerables, priests, and they requested that I should come to their synod. And Timisako Bakokasa or Synod, Anglican Diocese of Nsuka Synod. And the normally said we should speak to the priests and their wives. Because I had developed a content described as cold wars, how to deal with creatively dealing with cold wars in marriages.
In marriages,
yes, cold wars is a big issue. Stonewalling, unfortunately, the way I handle now gravity situation.
Asempa FM.
Discuss here, and then how to stay sexually satisfying. For the priests, it was quite an interesting experience.
I mean, so Anglican priests they get married.
They get married. Yeah, Anglican priests have wives, particularly in Nigeria. It's the priesthood is reserved for the males. Spouses so and they are quite particular about that.
The emphasis is important.
Yes, the emphasis is very important. And then for them, it's a non-compromising stance. They're quite strong on that. Then they asked that we do another session for their priests in training. And there are priests in training who are married were there, and those who are single, almost session for 3 days. So the first one was 3 days, this one was 3 days. The synod was for 2 days. And this time I'm meeting the Anglican bishops.
Bishops Nankasa.
All the bishops in Nigeria. Yes. It's the biggest platform the Lord has given to me in my life ever. 32 years of work. And I'll be addressing the bishops and their wives for 3 days. It's such a great opportunity that the Lord has opened.
It's a big deal.
And in April, by God's kind grace, if Jesus tarries, I would go and speak at the Joshua Generation Conference.
And also Nigeria.
That's also Nigeria, but this time we'll be in Abuja. Abuja Sports Stadium. It's a stadium event. They usually host between 20 to 25,000 young people. And that's for their youth. So that's kind of the new relationship God has given us with the Anglican communion in Nigeria. So now I'm the guest of the primate.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. I go out there and possess the nations. Possess the nations. Possess the nations.
For me, dream training chairman from my area head Apostle Ankrabedu, my district pastor Pastor Kumsen, and up here I spoke with the Nigerian leadership of the church that I'm coming. I have to do that because a protocol you have to. It's an affront on and the principles of the church. Pentecost in here copy. But the last time we called I was made an Igwe. If you have to address me properly, I have to add Igwe. I should have come dressed in my Igwe outfit with my walking stick. I have a full regalia.
That's nice.
As an Igbo Igwe. I'm Igwe Kevin Annan.
That's fine. I'm afraid that they share supposed to be out here on the 5 deadly terms used. That was really interesting.
Yes.
And the says Oba only Oba can fine. Fine.
That's how they grow.
And you're fine.
Fine. You can go over for the men who didn't have it.
That's it. The 5 deadly terms used by women. Number 1, fine. This is the word women use to end an argument when she knows she is right and you need to shut up. Your Becca's a fine, just in castle. So number 2, nothing. Nothing means something and you need to be worried as a man. Number 3, go ahead. This is a dare, not permission. Don't do it. Number 4, whatever. A woman's way of saying screw you. Number 5, that's okay. She is thinking long and hard on how and when you would pay for your mistake. And a bonus word, wow. When a woman says wow, this is not a compliment. She is amazed that one person could be so stupid. And Nioma, Bema be our remo so.
I mean, about Abraham as a relationship, right? And even your mother. When I shared it in my broadcast, which I do weekly to 5,000 people, a lot of feedback has come. And Baby can relate with it. And idea and Bemba Bibre and time for adjoining call near Hamma Titru. I thought I should share it. It was first shared by a friend of mine. And I've just added my picture to make it socially compliant because social media sharing. So I pray that those who have received it and those who have heard it now, you be fun and serious. We be ma oba o abrabom. Say yo ba. Ba. Say yo mami. Unia ba. Odofu ba. And now yiri. Impo boss. Oba. Now working colleague oba. Omo use social lines where
take it serious.
Take it serious.
Especially nothing there.
Nothing there. It's something bad.
Wow. Very well. Amos Kevin and Yatin Kano, CEO of Heart and Habits Foundation, and or second speaker for Beginning the Year Right Series 2024. On here, on the topic love, lessons, and legacies. In the other,
yes, sir.
Into.
Well, love. Obina, quite seminar, Obina, young people now. So, what is love? And about picture and son, I say, love is a feeling you feel that you have never felt before. Now, Obibia or defining love, son.
Yes.
Ayana or reduce, and I'm on a more legal term, redacting. You redact those legal documents. You redact it before you make it public. That is a one man. Nimua a summon what is
so
and then tina but so be say love doesn't pay bills. Obi okasa san until love us because love is far more complex than paying bills or not paying bills. Oh, now a new common I want to start with, and I called it love leadership. You do pen so as I say I can't be soon a won't ni pemono as I say odo edimu akotenepa we nipa wotiasa asi so na se odo ni umu a eurukade and abe you'll be very cruel, very sadistic in the way we treating Crawford because love when because he said the power of love always leaves memories as footprints and fingerprints. Me who has ever encountered love and doesn't have memories. I haven't seen one. So everyone out there who is seeking to get into a love relationship, trusting to form love relationships, remember this: love always leaves memories. And it's a lesson I want people to take. The memories may be pleasant or unpleasant. Ebema aye nika ina nye nika. Nso na eja na namo ewo wa brabom. Obi bi o tie hwe na brabom obo say odo eja na namo bi woni mu. And the question is, so what kind of more odo ja wa brabom a so what say na usu? Are you driven to tears or you are in a state of triumph? Because you'll be in either or. Now the second one is that love comes in layers. I've seen how love is seen and experienced by people. Now I told you a young Crawford say love and no I feelings. Into this generation, may I describe this generation as the ush ash generation because maybe I ush ash feelings near deep. I worry for to do send as abri feelings in a drive our area. Ush ash quite electrifying, feelings near heavy. But unya kora worry my bones your feelings sometimes you don't even feel like love. I mean, on your sister network, Joy from I've done a falling out of love with people, and we've had those conversations. And I asked the question, say, where did the love go to? It didn't go anywhere. It was smudged under many things because normal to me can't or do eshe. And anything as a nipa anya here now, what could create a problem? There is this German psychoanalyst, and he's also a social democrat. Okasimbi, I want to quote with your indulgence. Also, there is hardly any activity, any enterprise, which is started with such tremendous hopes and expectations, and which fails so regularly as love. End of quote. Nadine Erich Seligman from, or a German social psychologist, social psychoanalyst. Opache say adie bi eni asase so ono no adwene mu wahwe wade nani ato a hu say e hyase a e de ahoden kese pa na ni da so kese pa na nipa ehwe kwa say no papa ehwete na ebo nipa ti so do yeah. I mean, Jesus said, "I want me no be adwin because me ne ya adwin kese pa say wo hwe abrabo a wo mu sabre ya odo di nipa bebre hwam esan say ode no ho ko hye odom e na odo no atene shock enti afi no oti odo din kra na oyare oti so bi ka odo asem kra na ne bofuno no oti odo pe he has to go and hide somewhere. But the reason I say love comes in layers, if you have Greek mythology, will understand that when the Greeks talk about love, it's about 8 different kinds of love. Eros, which is very common and very pervasive in social media and all the, flashy, magazines covers and all that. Yeah. It drives with erotic love. Erotic love is very powerful. Sure. But some know about agape. There's also agape. I mean, that's unconditional love. It's very unconditional and it's divine in nature. Then there is also love called pragma. Pragma, we are there to the end. There to the end. There to the end. That's love that endures to the end. It is our odono. It's come, but it's come in a layer. It comes to help you to stay longer. Then there is a mania, which is odo eyes about them.
The country I want to.
I'll say from any. Why you say? Udona service, I used to Udona Jimmy me. That love drives me crazy. You're driving me crazy, baby. That's mania love. And see, you start acting in very unreasonable fashion. You do things out of the normal. People say, "Hey, I say, I don't know. You know things we do for love." Or things we do in the name of love. Your number be we do it for love, and your number be we do it in the name of love. We saw that because say young boys play around the subject of love, looking for sex and intimacy, and many girls offer sex looking for love.
Looking for love. That's true.
And I know that's really what is pervasive in our society. And when you answer, be also but do be an but today I'll do a lot of biblical drawings, narratives. Those of you who read your Bible, you will discover the scripture, 1 John 3 and verse 18. Or say, little children, let us not love in word or talk, but in deed and in truth.
Indeed and in truth.
I have 3 propositions John I can was them. The dikani odoa ye kano kasa ye kan ya no. And odoa eye ne ye. And odoa eye no kre. It is obisi okodo obi ese so obi say so me do no eye kasa because obi do ye kasa. Okay, Graham book on the love languages. It also shows you how love comes in layers. Yes. Now nipa bebre omunim I want to enjoy love. But you hardly hear people I want to endure love. But I want to submit humbly to everyone who is listening that if somebody says they love you, it's an invitation to labor. Juma. One of the things I like about Thomas Edison, he says that people miss opportunity because opportunity comes dressed in overalls and looks like hard work. Ebano asa shatadia yedi juma nti nipa mpe juma nti no atwe no ho afiri ho but odobi aniwa eyetro kansa efiri suro abeto stress so sebio no you've got to work at it. You've got to work at it, and it's important for people to understand that obi o ha ne do no eya no kasa na no ede obekama na to asum adi wakoma mu or your bow or vibo, or I won't say, what is it, baby? What's on? What time is it now? Now, why you fine, And obiso dia on kasa be they show it by deeds done. But obi oha esa ne de ne kasa ntino. Se won kan kasa no na wo ye ne ye nkra ohu. Obi to ho ade de ne ye nkwa on kasa. Obidu also kasa zonye hwe kasa hunu akwa obe kasa bebre So the question is, what is your love? Your love comes in layers. It comes layers. I say Jenny, especially the bulb onion.
Yeah.
Also, layers. Every layer reveals a fresher layer. The outer shell usually is quite dry and all that. Until be a dono, it did this. Or do I jabber done where the actual bano, and yes, I pepe, and then also better than where the yentiasia. But I did back be so, or say, look at this. I'll say, let love be without hypocrisy about all what is evil and cling to what is good. Where's one for porn and catch a romance of phone? And so I've come to a place of accepting that love actually does not lower people, it rather lifts you up. It is so busy or door, and also be door do or brabo now the door can want so much. Ask yourself, is he lowering you or they are lifting you up? Because anybody else in the name of love or rubbish show, or the name chuchu form, or yell ayakaya or tete or show meko, that can't be love. That's cruelty. That's cruelty. Let's not confuse that with it. But also we know say love or say a bet na se pa as I say obiara ahwe ye no onwen say sakraman keten maho. Solomon called it little foxes in Songs of Songs. Because the little foxes, the reason you should be wary and watchful of them is because the little foxes actually come when your vineyard is blossoming.
They must start to
Eko ye no. Inti obi bia ne doko ye. Ako ye 2023. 2024 men ye ho akwadro. Because sakraman kete, the little foxes, they come actually to disturb or to destroy relationships and marriages. Because the reason is that the theorists will tell you, say, about relationship, the little things are the big things. That is why you can't ignore something your lover or your spouse says it's little. The reason why I also want man attention is eketwa. Eketwa nti wan hwe bebu ani eguso. Na obu ani guso ade ketwa na na be ade kese. Because molehills can become mountains. What you don't do is at the end of your molehill, no, you don't escalate it into a mountain. Because I know be harding. Because you be a mountain now they just say you two as you no mego. Now the other thing about love is that love must be a customized response to the person you love.
Okay.
I met maybe 2 daughters. Okay. Now the other is 22, the other one is 16. That they all don't have the same aspirations and dreams about life. They're also not the same in the way they think. It is a made dopeni no sana mesi no I have to customize it for her. Fit it for the person. That is why it's so sad when you see people compare and contrast love with their lovers with other people. There's no basis for that. Because everyone is unique. And you must uniquely respond to each person. Oh, we hear more bank or do what they don't know. It's different from Mammy no Tijaswa. Odijano. Okoyene said the Uranoa and iriti draso or sit down irenoa. You make a mistake. You make a mistake. Because we're all corporate events or yes, or free fee or babanajo. We so free fee or babanajo, but won't say a Jumani yard crow. Bako or Brenny Widium, Bakusuni, Najuni or the Juma. It is a missing doa. I need to customize the love response to you. Because that's what people respond to. Madam for no wife, no, Jai Sakasano. Madam for no wife, no, the Ombemo baby. Ombemo baby. When this could be here, you will be now. Last year, we had a theme. Love is not for lazy people. Love is not for lunatics. And love is not lunacy. Sabi, mami baby ni kakra. Oh, say. Makase odo we adwuma kese. Senti ye adwuma kese ni nti no. Enya for akwadwofo. Uye kwadwunu a, if you're a lazy person, don't attempt to love another. Don't. You don't need to get close to love. Stay away from love because it is labor, intensive labor. It requires a lot of work. And anyone who is listening who wants to love another must position him or herself for labor, because love is not for the lazy. Yeah. It's for the hardworking. It's a Jumadin. Of course, paija. First, your son will be paija, and yana. Yeah. Or kosoja. Yeah. Or to pano. You know. Not or to. Solomon can say, you say when the axe is not sharp, a lot of effort is required. Inti a kumana odi paija no say a correct uboma to go and ya fe now you because there's no relationship between and I chana will be cha a breakwa. Inti love is also not for lunatics. Say obi an adwunmon kano obi an adwunmon na ho untumi no let nobody go out there loving another and be lunatic. Yeah. Because love is not lunacy. Now move to the lessons about life, unless you want to ask a question.
No, I think on the subject about love, because again, when you scan through social media, and of course there were online counselors be brilliant for don't mention my name now or my trust story and you can see say this whole subject of love maybe we've not really exposed the Ghanaian youth to that subject very well. And yes, nipa be nebe warrior on be counseling, but counseling na be man no na so ya ye hye no. You know counseling no or call just to take off a certain box. Sally na so is your dream aduane bail ho dream sa bail ho ya denti omunya time intime assimilate a lot of the information free counselors now. But I think platforms like that, and I love the way we're breaking your money down. Say in this new year, say worry, not say why you say worry this new year. You should know say odono enya grow. It's a serious business. Oh, our remunna last year, our reunioma called Jojo, my wenya major challenges. Be I know said this year, you have to work extra hard. I love that subject about love now they are starting. But for the youth listening, if they have to take any lessons, top 3 lessons on this subject of love from presentation now, I
always caution the youth say before you actually get into a state of love, first find life. The Yana say a lot of the youth have not even found
life.
What is the existential reality? Why do I exist? One answer our question no now kokoshia odo you confuse odo for life. And I've worked with the youth for 33 years. 3 not only within the church space but within the larger society, not only in Ghana here but in many parts of the world. And I have come to the conclusion that if you haven't found life, do not look for love. The reason is that your life reality, your life pursuit, your life dreams and objectives and mission and vision is what will support your love life. But strangely, your love life can actually compromise your ability to discover life. And I plead with young person, that's the first thing, cardinal. Number 2, love is not lunacy. It's so important that people use I'm madly in love, I'm crazy in love. There's caution. You see red flags. In relational psychology, you talk about red flags. Red flag, now I don't know who a bullhead. You know, there's bullfight. If you've seen a bullfight, or boom. But the writer of Proverbs will say a wise person sees danger and avoids it. But the fool who runs through it and they are destroyed. So love is not lunacy. Don't get into a lunatic state where you are hysterical, where you are erratic, where you are impulsive. Take your time. That's why the whole phenomenon of love at first sight is problematic, because how do you can get promptings of love at first sight, but moving on is a decision and a choice you make. It's a commitment you make. And lunatics don't make that.
Yeah.
Lunatics just look for some flying moment, high flying experience, boom, then they are gone. The third one is love leaves memories. If you're afraid of future regrets, my dear listener, remember, before you get into any love experiences, it will leave you with memories. And I've seen people with hurting memories, scarred emotions, distorted perceptions about life because of love.
Or don't you?
Meanwhile, no counterfeit. It's a counterfeit love that has been given to them, and they have construed that. Infatuation.
Yeah, infatuation.
A lot of the young people cannot distinguish between infatuation and love. Infatuation is puppy love, but it's not a real love. It's filled with a lot of heat and emotions. I called to say hello. Oh, I was just thinking of you and you called. Oh, thank you. Hey, Charlie. Feelings really deep. I bet you where this is. Yeah. Sure. And then I said, the partner says, son, you were breaking my heart. No. My friend Dr. Hopsy will say cardiomyopathy. That's broken heart. What do I come? Because, you see, I don't like this whole common sense approach. Sometimes the whole common sense thing has been taken to nauseating conversations. I don't want to get into that. But you see, commonsensically, people should be. I mean, you should apply this gumption. My father used to say gumption. The gray matter used to be exercised. Now, people want to say, well, I'm falling in love so much, and I drink rain. Hey! No, brother. Why are you? So I want to encourage the young people. These three nuggets are so important and dear to my heart, and that's why I've shared it.
Yeah, very, very important. And it's scary. So the divorce rate in our country now, it's scary. I mean, the rate is now scary. Uko divorce courts now, it's unbelievable. The number of people there, but sometimes we hear that grace need to carry you through this journey of marriage.
I want him say, "Mami kabibio."
Yeah.
Encrophobe bre. Metlawa no be afraid me. We want post-marriage counseling.
Oma worry no.
Wa worry. But na say no nya post-marriage. Post-marriage is a worry na san. We use to say yeah. Because okay, post-marriage rights counseling, I can agree with you. Okay. Post-marriage ceremony counseling, I can agree with you. But post-marriage counseling, the other is our terminate. We are lawyer for. We pay a lawyer for. We could for your money. We can something laddie. We so. But yes, we use. I know they mean well, but we know transpose it to other areas. Sure. You realize that we use post. Not just terminate. Intimate say we should now talk about coupling counseling. Because what the people are doing is actually coupling.
Yeah.
As a coupling processes, and a nuanced. And I'll come to that because life is nuanced. A lot of people think life is a linear stretch. Me shall say every point A. I'm a do point Z. A nuance, me mama tell no say abraboy oye nkontonchi. Nyamena kononya oye acho. And it's nuanced. Yeah. Contours curves constraints but there are people who just don't want to hear constraints about life.
Be a straight line.
Be a linear. But it's not like that. I remember a few years ago, one station asked me to kind of talk about some of the myths about marriage, and I said, becoming one flesh, it doesn't happen automatically.
Yeah.
Because many think it happens automatically once the pastor or priest or whoever blesses the marriage and you go. We are one flesh. No. You require a lot of adjustment and synchronization.
Yeah.
I was say we create this synchronization. Once synchronized here, you will not have harmony. Because the two persons, they are intractably different. That's why the whole element of compatibility is elusive. Because no two persons can be compatible unless they learn to adjust. My wife and I are almost opposite. But we've learned to adjust.
And then the marriage is successful.
That's it.
The adjustments. No?
Adjustment. This is how my father raised me. This is how my mother raised me. I had a very ridiculous story of a young lady who got married to a young man. 2 weeks. no she telenovela, no, I hear the American one, no, I bet that late. Then she will wake up the husband. Okay, go do lights and unlock a gate. And then that twice 2 weeks. The guy was confused, so he went to the office like boys conversation, and then he asked his friend, Charlie, this is what my wife they do. Me, I don't understand. So sit her down and talk to her. Why would she do that to you? You are an early sleeper because you rise up early. Don't do that. And your name I said, "Didn't come." I say, "Me papa fee, me papa, ne tupunum, or no doom light." The girl's expectation is that you are going to continue what my father was doing and had been terminated by your presence. But question is, have they discussed it? They haven't. There are a lot of marriages, these failures and faulting marriages, not all marriages are that bad. Some of them, they didn't get people to actually help them. To iron out the differences and to understand that your differences ought not disturb you. You see, if you don't run on the theory that says differences should not disturb, then you think that your spouse, your lover, is a total nuisance. And one of the things I'll talk about is that there are people who think that different is always better. It's a lie. Looking for a different experience is not always better. Because I know people who have looked for different experiences and they have been hit with sour grapes. And it's turned into gravels in their mouth. You know, they all freely hear the statement say the grass is greener on the other side. That's why a lot of people want to travel abroad. I'm counseling people who are out there. They wish they were home. I went to Dubai in March. There were Ghanaians I met who wished they could get a ticket to come to Ghana because it wasn't easy there. But somebody created that folder of flourishing experience because you see the pictures and you're excited. Go like, oh, this is it. I remember 95 when I was traveling out of this country for the first time. My friends told me about Ghana heading. As far back as 1995, we'll be challenge.
We'll go to the second part, but lawyer Samson Ladi Anyanine says, Obi, I'm actually listening. Deep stuff. Thank you, lawyer. Let's do legacies. The second part near legacies. Life. Okay, sorry.
Life lessons.
Into life lessons.
Now, you see, life is pursued by people who are a bundle of strengths and weaknesses.
And what can you cheer or kind of saying?
Nipana ye barbara bono. Yawa yen sinto, yawa yen shemu. Now, see, me yes, me ni bra obi be yen yonkon ya ye juma officer. I say me jitum se wabra boimu. There are strengths and there are weaknesses. I have one because I'm a bundle of strengths and weaknesses. I have my shortcomings. That's why my blind spots must be fed into and protected by a third party or second person, not myself. Until you cover me. Now, in a relational cycle, whether in marriage or friendship, you cover the vulnerabilities of your friend or your lover or your spouse. But what we see right now is people exploiting your vulnerabilities.
No, any weaknesses, no?
Yeah, I call it weaponizing weaknesses. People weaponize people's weaknesses until are associated with you over a period of time and draws a lot of your weaknesses and begin to use a sledgehammer to crucify you, either on social media or some violation of trust somewhere, leaking information on you, and it is damaging friendships. It is damaging relationships. It is damaging marriages. Think of a husband who snoops on his wife. Who plants a device in the wife's vehicle? Who puts an app on the spouse's phone? A woman who is doing that. When I was at Pentecost University for 15 years, I met a student who used to work with a company, I can't mention the name, and she would wear body cameras to trail somebody's husband out of this country, sit in the same flight, check into the same hotel, record and send to a wife. Do you know what that does? Straight away, you've damaged your marriage. Because the third party who is snooping on your spouse
when you have information
has access to that information, and before it gets to you, who is the intermediary receiving that information? Which platform isn't downloaded? And this girl will leave campus and go on a trek. She goes to Dubai, go to Turkey, go to China with people's husbands sitting on the same flight.
Or communitano de
masa
information
or could that the same hotel because Bermano or Yeningini. And the most dangerous place to be is to be in a relationship with somebody you can't trust. Because trust is at the heart of fidelity. If I say that I'm faithful to you is the trust. Steve Covey book now, last May recommended, The Speed of Trust.
Yeah.
I want everybody who is in corporate space to read that book. It's a great book, Speed of Trust. And I realized after reading that book that's why I buy my watch where I buy the watch. It's trust.
Trust.
I don't think twice to buy the watch where I buy it. But where I can't trust the source of production, the retailer, whether he's sick or she's sick, I pause, I hesitate. If I'm coming to a Ekosiisen and I'm entering the studio and I'm not particularly enthused about my own safety and security, I hesitate.
Sure.
I'll pause. When you pick a vehicle, Tafa cars and you're running idea, Uber driver and about ocean anima, I won't trust you. So those cars, the moment I sit in, I send the route to my daughter or my wife. So they know I'm moving. Yeah. Why do you do that? It's trust. My best will be a life we know when you'll be perfect. Men can't a perfect person. We all aspire to perfection. I remember one time I was talking with two pastors. Now you didn't come on now. I'm sure I said some more cancer be. Now when dream is so for kasa. Then it dawned on one that your elder were in terms, so he turned and said, "Hey elder, sorry you if say okay ho." Now you suffer there. What 88 years someone when you some bedding.
Oh,
that's what the pastor told me. And do you know that ever since that pastor has lost his credibility, as far as I'm concerned?
You are concerned.
We're losing the credibility because Komona Omodino, it was unbecoming of a pastor. And he had forgotten that I am there, I'm in the laity. And they were actually damaging another pastor.
Really?
They were destroying him, shredding him into pieces. And I was like, my heart missed the beat. And so talking about life, including one kasamu na mi ametere, me wo mi sinto, me wo mi mreoye, me wo mahudin na me wo mi nshemu. I have my strengths and I have my weaknesses. And so when I married Evelyn, who is my wife, she's there as help, suitable for me. Now, if I was fully adequate, I didn't need help. My inadequacy required that God give me a help meet. You see, it's help meet help. The word there in the scripture is help meet, not help meet. Help meet. So it's help meeting help.
Yeah.
So you bring your help, I bring my help, and we meet and we help one another. It's a certain symbiotic relationship that occurs. So there's a need for people who are around and want to pursue life in its fullest expression to understand that there's a symbiotic relationship that exists. And oftentimes, your own needs cannot be met by yourself. Your need is met by somebody else. The earlier you recognize that, the better. Because one here, you fall into a myth that many men fall into. They become know-it-all, be-it-all, and have it all. Not long ago, I had a Zoom session with a group outside Ghana, and we're discussing, do men cry? And my answer was, yes, men do cry. And I showed them. From the arrival to your departure, they'll be crying. You celebrate, and sometimes your celebration ends up into tears of joy, and you shed tears. There are so many men who are in a position that they carry themselves as they have it all together. You can't have life wrapped around your finger. No, it's not your thumb or your fingers. It cannot be. Somebody has something you need. No, in this life, that's how we are wired. Otherwise, then you become a god. God needs nothing. But we, as human beings, need something from someone. When I was at youth with the mission, we used to have this lecturer from Ireland. Oba, Okra, those days, once a projector, and the film net also. Okra, no crown a laptop. Those days, laptops are necessary, so kakra fine. No, but now I can bag. I said, no, I can handle it. That could be but just that day, none we are mobile. Or tambole and equipment in the tour form. And he realized that he didn't have it all. When you offer a hand of help to him, he would always decline. The second thing I want to bring is the heart of a human being.
Nipakoma.
Jeremiah can say, and I like it. Jeremiah 17:9 and 10. Look at what he says. I read with your permission. I have your permission.
Yes, you do.
All right. Jeremiah 17:9 and 10. He says, the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately sick. Who can understand it? I, the Lord, search the heart and test the mind to give every man according to the fruit of his deeds. Normal means again. The first is the heart. The second is the mind. The third are deeds. Now, what people don't realize is that these things are interconnected. Obviously, how do I know the heart of my friend? Check the habits of that individual. Neniye. Onipa niye gives you an idea, an inkling into their heart, because out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth always opens.
Yes.
Check the okeka. Ninsem keka. Also, customers you manwe hona mekai. It's the state of the heart. Very soon, do we see no parking? Or because love no crime, me promise you, man. Shut down and me promise you, manwe. I know a lot of people have gone through that, my brother. It's nipa kuma, nipa jini, na nipa niye. Many years ago, I read, if you sow a thought, you reap an act.
Sure.
If you sow an act, you reap a habit. If you sow a habit, you reap a lifestyle. If you sow a lifestyle, you reap your destiny. It starts with a thought. That's why cognitive health is very important. Ghana Psychological Council, they've spoken a lot about mental health. Mental health is so important. Clinical psychologists have been on your network. I think you have one of my friends. What's his name? Dr. Cecilia.
Joy.
Ni?
Norte.
Ni? No, no.
Okay.
Ni? Oha? Ono country. Ana?
Oh.
Niteko.
Apostle.
Okay. Apostle. Niteko Tego. Many years ago, we used to do a lot of work together. He's such a wonderful gentleman. I mean, his thoughts are very deeply reflective. Now, Nipa Adwene is very important. Ebribimi called Germany as guest of Pentecost in 2012. Now, my father got Slambe Papa away free. In fact, it was during his tenure that I was called into Pentecost as deputy director, Apostle Dr. Michael Kwabinentumi. May his soul rest in peace. I mean, 2012, I visited him with my dear wife, Evelyn. Now, answer na meko preaching on you or baby or ba. No, also Riasiamo. Bathing basin. No, then too much na esono na oba. Now, thankfully, we arrived there earlier. And then the presiding elder approaches us. And I said, now, by or look like Ghanaian. I say, oh, yeah, sorry, ba. I'm saying, I don't know. Also, Riasiamo out into much or see entry nombra. It's a baby or ten or wapa. Now to us one for train. Normally the train ever. 190 train sorry. And that meant that she might have woken up very early to walk almost like 2 hours to get there. Diana, you say na sister then adie so sa or say almost say menswa. One almost say. Now say preside the adie enko ye enko. So we took her out there and started praying for her. Yeah, bompa radi. Who has after will be in any or trying to or say, then yes, sister, I didn't son ye using moment umi. What's you almost say, swa? I say, why in a cancer?
Wow.
Then we untied all these things and put it down. Abruptly. Now also normal. Now we'll say yes. There are some of us who are hearing voices. A resonating in your eardrums. And it's not every voice you hear which is the voice of God. Unfortunately, there's so much chaos in our land that every voice is purporting to be the voice of God. We prayed for this sister, and then she was sanitized momentarily. I say momentarily because you had assessment of her. And then we took off everything, and she was very cheerful and thankful to us. But I told the presiding elder, Dr. Biowa Adwene Ejuma. No hwehwe na adwene. Esan se na adwene no kɔ no. Sa na woni ye so tie. It is so nipe bia woni ni sign no. As I say wo sre rade hu nsem dom se. Sa onia no na adwene ne na koma. Nyame hwe so yi.
Nhwe so yi.
Esan se adwene no akoma no anko yi a nipa ye ewrukade. Look, the heart of that's what Jeremiah says is desperately sick.
Yeah.
And that's why God searches the heart of a person. But we as persons focus on the habits. That's why our foundation is called Hearts and Habits Foundation. Because there's a correlation between the state of your heart and your habits. But the interesting thing is that only God sees the heart. But we as human beings are scrupulously supposed to scrutinize your habits. When they were looking for a king for Israel, Eliab was passing. He almost became a king. And God says, I've rejected him. Then he said, and I quote, man looks at the outward, but I, the Lord, look at the heart.
The heart.
So there's supposed to be that consistency between your private life and your public utterances and declarations. If there's inconsistency, to the extent of the inconsistency, you're a hypocrite.
It's true.
The second thing about life is that I mentioned it earlier, find life before you feel love, you fall in love, or you fall for love. Because there are some who say they feel love. There are others who say they are falling in love. There are others also who fall for love. It's either you are falling in, falling for, or feeling love. And life is so important. I mean, then also life is not simply a linear stretch. It is curves, contours, and it's nuanced. I mentioned it. And our differences are God's design, and therefore will be different from you. Don't get irritated. No. Obi a strong coaching. I want for be frustrated because okru person also on yes or no. Or your person also right or no. Weekend nami woho for a couple's cocktail dinner, and I shared with them how the one who is fast must learn to adjust his pace, and the one who is slow must learn to adjust their pace. Otherwise you frustrate each other. I want for be a boy bengu ye ho so my ready ye kwa sorry to say be kwa sorry no but him no boy baby obogu ni yire so did me ka say
dress no
me papa be mommy very simple model which I use, and it's been very, very helpful, and this was it. Instead of saying me maybe first no me mommy you first on free bathroom na obesi no na me ma kwasha bathroom Inti me dware be no, but dress here. Na ma shamatare. Off we go. When the children came, we make the children take their bath first. Sometimes omo play delayed tactics near there. And then after the children, my wife will go. Unya stress.
Former President Mahama airman in New Year's address, and we'll pick it briefly. Stay with us.
At the expense of socioeconomic and infrastructural development, 2023 has been nothing but a continuation of the years of hardship, the high cost of living, and worsening poverty for the Ghanaian people. The 2024 budget provides no hope for an improvement in our circumstances. A raft of new tax measures have been slapped on us to raise an additional 11 billion Ghana cedis from the already overburdened taxpayers. In that same budget, while they sought to squeeze the last blood from Ghanaians through increased taxes, they have increased the money allocated to the office of the president from 1.4 billion Ghana cedis to over 2 billion Ghana cedis. A clear case of asking the people to tighten their belts while the president loosens his. Bamia's economic mismanagement, corruption, and Akufo-Addo's poor governance and leadership have led to a significant decline in living standards for the ordinary Ghanaian. The soaring prices of essential goods, high level of unemployment, and the struggles of small businesses are a testament to the government's failure to address the people's needs. That process many of you have felt the impact of these challenges in your daily lives, parliamentary elections. Whether it is struggling to put food on the table, finding a job to support your family, or witnessing the erosion of our national pride due to corruption and mismanagement. My brothers and sisters, I feel your pain, your despair. The MPP has brought economic calamity on us. This is not just a matter of Mahama saying so. We all now know that drastic action is needed to reset our nation on the right path. That process must start in earnest with the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. We have a crucial election in December, and I'm happy to present myself as the man with the experience Ghana needs today to take us out of the doldrums that we have been plunged into. We require nothing short of a team of experienced Ghanaians committed to righting the wrongs of the last 7 years and working together with the citizenry to build the Ghana we want, a prosperous Ghana with many opportunities to benefit everyone without discrimination. As we start the journey in this new year, I'm here to offer hope to you all. I'm committed to repairing the damage done to our economy and creating a brighter future for all Ghanaians. We must all work together to bring about the change that Ghana so desperately needs. Let us stand united in our quest for a better future for ourselves and generations to come. This is because the heartbreaking tales of a significant population of our people giving up on Ghana due to this rudderless leadership are too many to recount and can be too costly to carry. But we are assured that no matter how long darkness reigns and darkens our hearts, our minds, our pockets, our businesses and investments,
Asempa FM.
The sun will rise and shine even brighter. As a result, we can look forward to the new year 2024 with renewed hope and optimism. My brothers and sisters, I want to speak directly to you through this broadcast to share my vision for the future and outline some of my key interventions and initiatives. Initiatives that will help repair the damage to our economy, create well-paying jobs to fight the high 14% unemployment rate, and meet our youth's aspirations. These initiatives would also revamp businesses and productivity by implementing a 24-hour economy and building an agricultural economy driven by technology and digitalization. One of my key priorities will be to address the high level of unemployment and meet the aspirations of our youth. My team and I, under the auspices of the National Democratic Congress, have developed a comprehensive plan which will be shared with businesses, academia, civil society, and the youth to create jobs and provide opportunities for all our young people. We'll empower our youth to contribute meaningfully to their well-being, families, the Ghanaian economy, and society through targeted investments in education and skills development. While providing jobs for the youth, we'll also encourage business ownership and entrepreneurship amongst them. In April 2025, the new NDC government shall introduce a new budget to support and build small businesses and adjust taxes as an incentive for job creation. At the heart of my vision for economic revitalization is the implementation of a 24-hour economy. This innovative policy seeks to maximize productivity and efficiency by extending business hours and operations around the clock. Doing so will create a more dynamic and vibrant economy that benefits workers and businesses. A 24-hour economy will increase economic output and create well-paying jobs. It will also contribute to a more inclusive and accessible society, giving people the flexibility to work, to study, to shop, and enjoy leisure activities at any time that suit them best. The 24-hour economy will succeed because we shall provide improved security and public safety, which will require massive recruitment into the security services and private security operations. My government will provide cheaper and more reliable electricity for those participating businesses based on a time of use tariff system. Companies that sign up for the 24-hour economy will benefit from modern smart meters calibrated to charge a lesser tariff per kilowatt hour for power that is consumed during off-peak hours. Businesses that subscribe to the 24-hour economic policy will receive further tax incentives to reduce the cost of their operations and enhance their competitiveness. Financing support will be provided to strategic agro-processing factories and manufacturing companies through the Ghana Exim Bank to boost production for import substitution and for exports. As president, I shall set up and personally chair an accelerated export development council to boost Ghana's export drive, especially under the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme and the African Continental Free Trade Area agreements. As the Trades Union Congress opined, the 24-hour economic policy is a game changer. Evidence suggests that running 24-hour economies has propelled many great nations, such as the United Kingdom, the United States of America, and South Korea. Indeed, South Korea is living proof that with the right leadership, a country can transform from underdeveloped to highly developed. It happened because in 1960, the leaders of that country took the strategic decision to turn it into an export-led economy, more precisely into an economy that grows by exporting manufactured goods. To do so, they transformed the economy into a 24-hour one. This initial boost in productivity and the determination to find more export markets turned that country into a highly advanced one. Their GDP per capita grew from $158 to $6,600. Introducing the Mahama 24-hour economy is the right thing to do for Ghana, especially considering the state of our country today. It will boost our manufacturing industry and transform our country into an export-led economy, providing the world with goods made in Ghana. Introducing the 24-hour economy will significantly increase the number of well-paying jobs available to our young people. This is extremely important because the young people are the ones who will build tomorrow's Ghana. Transforming Ghana into a 24-hour economy will increase the productivity of our industry, services, and agribusiness. And last but by no means the least, a 24-hour economy will offer Ghanaians increased access to public services, and all of us will benefit from this. I'm also committed to revamping our agricultural sector. The sector remains a cornerstone of our economy, and we must invest in modernizing this sector in order to maximize productivity and sustainability. By introducing well-established cooperatives, advanced farming techniques, embracing digital tools, and promoting agribusiness, we shall create new opportunities for farmers, improve food security, and bolster economic growth. I am determined to lead this transformation for the benefit of our nation and as a farmer myself. We'll also establish and deploy farmer service centers nationwide in all districts to make essential farming equipment, accessories, and technology available to small, medium, and large farmers to boost production and output and make farming truly trendy, cool, and attractive to younger people, younger Ghanaians especially. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to these interventions, I am also passionate about the fight against corruption and uprooting poor governance to ensure that our resources are used responsibly and ethically. I firmly believe a transparent and accountable government is essential for building trust and confidence in our institutions. We will hold to account members of this administration who have abused the public trust by misconducting themselves in office. But more importantly, we would also allow unfettered space for the anti-corruption agencies to deal with anybody who abuses the public trust under my administration. By strengthening anti-corruption measures, promoting good governance, and upholding the rule of law, we shall create a fairer and more equitable society where everyone can thrive. We will reduce the size of government in our bid to cut down on expenditure. We will combine ministries and remove government agencies that are duplicating each other. In other words, we in government will also tighten our belts, even as we call on our people to make whatever sacrifices are necessary for our national revival. As we look forward to the year ahead, I want to assure you, the people of Ghana, that I'm fully committed on behalf of Ghana's most development-oriented political party, the NDC, to deliver on these promises I have made. Ladies and gentlemen, democracies cannot thrive without quality and trusted leadership. Economics cannot grow in the absence of quality and trusted leadership. Willing nations can only become great if they have quality and trusted leadership. When things are tough, true and trusted leaders set up a vision that inspires people and gives them hope. And this hope provides us with the strength we need to move forward. When hope is gone, the people who destroyed your hope must also go. They will go on December 7th, 2024. Without hope, danger lurks everywhere you turn. And this is why the fundamental duty of any true leader is to instill hope where there is none, or to revive it when it is gone. A true leader must cause positive change by example and action. I promise to lead the change, and I invite you to be part of the change. When times are tough, a true leader's fundamental duty is to develop a vision that inspires and brings people together. That is another reason I am offering myself and the NDC to you this year. By working together, we shall overcome our challenges and build a more prosperous and inclusive nation. I call on all of you to join me in this endeavor. Lend your support and actively engage with our outlined vision. This call to national duty is bigger than any individual interest. Change is coming. I'm confident that together we will change the direction of this country this year on December 7th, 2024, and build a brighter future for Ghana, a future we all can be proud of. Let me assure you that your votes will count because we shall protect and secure them. Fellow Ghanaians, I thank you for your resilience, your strength, and your perseverance. Despite the difficulties we have faced, I am inspired by the undying spirit of our nation. In this new year, let us move forward with hope and determination, knowing that a better future is within our reach. Together, we shall build the Ghana we want, a prosperous and just Ghana filled with opportunities for all. Together, we shall build a Ghana that we all can be proud of. I'm ready to lead this charge, and I trust you will join me on this journey towards a brighter tomorrow. I thank you, and may God continue to bless our great nation, Ghana. I wish you all a very happy new year. Thank you.
The victory of my feeling sad. Only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM. So Ekosiisen dwumadi no asugu so a utienity. Just gone by was the New Year message of former President John Dramani Mahama and Yeditu Drama Munyana Muti, you know. But before we went to pick the message, na mene Amos Kevin and AD in Como CEO Heart and Habits Foundation and AD and Como on beginning the year right series or a second speaker for the year 2024. The year Kasa Afa Love, Lessons and Legacies. In the so far we've dealt with love and the topic of love and some of the takeout was yetimi in one of them are sticky with me and I said love is not for the lazy. It is all you be our quadra. Don't venture into love. And yes, obekwa will be kwa. One critical takeaway for me. And yes, life lessons. Break. We still have legacies to also deal with. Check with your time. It's 17 minutes after 4. And the movement is na yetiwe aba yeba. Many Amos Kevin and Air to us waiting. We will now deal with the remaining part of life lessons, and then we deal with legacies. Now, if the messages are ababi brain, questions are abano makaino amano na fi we here no many at us. We could see. Stay with us here, Basisia. 94.7 Asempa FM, Sunia Ekosiisen, Dwumadi no asugu so a utienity. Just gone by was the New Year message of former President John Dramani Mahama and Yeditu Drama Munyana Muti, you know. But before we went to pick the message, na mene Amos Kevin and AD in Como CEO Heart and Habits Foundation and AD in Como on beginning the year right series.
EcoBank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah, oh yeah. EcoBank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah, download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my check, ramen check, in my ramen check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even chest tights with the Apple. Can't come on, EcoBank Apple. Can't come on,
Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with EcoBank. Kim promise.
Sami sorry no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwi me se. And me confidence. The money nyina.
Se wusia ama na me sifite guso na mesre a. Eya wanwahu. Me de Kel Chaco toothpaste. Ene twitwi me se. Obo ade ne pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy sen ho ban e free mowa e boy sen mu tokro. E se ahye ene enumunka. Sure se amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yeti center for.
Me de magical Chaco toothpaste at tubu. Me use na no pa na dwa me koda no. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwaso etibi na ma. Na me si 32 ni na guso.
En kaneno ani ama menum di bidie twitwi yense no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC fita. E ma na hoden ne sayi nka bia. Ma wonum ye hwam. Enu nti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Aba mamo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa yenchi.
Kel, happy smile.
Enkratoi FDA ajiatum.
Ghana for why ready ana Game Park Limited a lottery company for ewa Ghana Kroma e dia grow for Abeja na e shase every 15 September 2023 choose wa ba da wakoma so every the number 1 Ekosiisen 36 chani boom na share nim say wo be disika bocho wa bra ye number na pie bobo hu na ye ready say wo be di mula wa bra wo twa from 1 Ghana cedi to 350 cedis na face kana wo be channel fa bo hu predio no sia me tire 26 times e was up pick one game yi mu but star 946 hash e networks ni nyina so and now betimi download the Game Park app no e your website ni so www.gameparkgames.com share live draws e Adum TV anopa no nkron ewia dumienu e na nwumre no nsia de bia Game Park more mula more power Sagrodi National Lottery Authority in Sashase undi mfie du nwoche a endi Sagrodi bono wa hweyem
Senior wants you how to biano. We hear syntax tanko. Free say syntax tank to me jine a real sakra ye bia. Empire ne bono so ye kama say. Unim say syntax tank ne di kan ye double layer tanko Ghana. Unim so say syntax tank korea ene di kan ye tank muda hokai. Emu fite. Na say si adie ubetimi a chere size, color, type biara wo pe syntax tank beyama. Na ninyi ne chino ekita 7 years warranty o umpewe na upe dien kra e 0244 335 168 Kumasi 0505 555 666 Syntax tank emuda hokai Syntax tank you strong you tough.
Y'all ready? You better look for your shudder. The 90s jam is back. The golden era of urban music. The 90s, the nostalgia, the music.
It's real music.
The Shudder, Cross Collars, Kalkani, Full Injection, Fubu, LA Gear, Tommy Hilfiger, Paco, Pele, DKNY, and many more. The dancers crisscross, shoop, cracking, breakdance, cabbage, and more. The Joy FM 90 Jam, 5th January 2024, rooftop of City Galleria Mall behind Accra Mall. The first and only certified jam of the new year, fully powered by Joy 99.7 FM, your super hits radio. The Joy FM 90 Jam is brought to you by Frighter Sunflower Oil. Enjoy the goodness and tasty meals. NLA 590 Mobile. Still and down stem dial star 959 hash to play.
This, a star-studded panel featuring Africa's most inspiring speakers, award-winning artists, surprise guests, and 30,000 minds coming together for a day of empowerment and inspiration. This is what awaits you at the convention on the 7th of January at the Independence Square. Whether you're a dreamer, a doer, or someone seeking inspiration, this event is for you. Mark your calendars, gather your friends, and join us in making history. Join us for a groundbreaking event where African leaders like Julius Malema, Patrice Lumumba, Dr. Arikana, and Peter Obi unite to amplify the voices of the people. Experience a powerful convergence of cultures with giveaways including 4,000 pairs of shoes, 8,000 pairs of trainers, and exclusive items from superstars, royals, queens, and kings. For tickets and more information, visit newafricafoundation.org or call 0532 389032.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa. Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM. So ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no asuguswa utie no ma ye na munyina asene nsanso ma kwaba ye the beginning the year right series no na evermene Amos Kelvin anan na edin komo ye CEO Heart and Habit Foundation and all boying to navigate the topic of love, the topic of lessons, and the topic of legacies. In the so far, you're dealing with love, you're dealing with life lessons, real life lessons, and then we hop into legacies. Now, maybe a quiet more questions, ebusa for the topic of love and all of that. For example, there is this question I found very, very interesting. But my main guy was say, yeah, WhatsApp number no still active or message for brain. Question be up so 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Your WhatsApp number. And yene Amos Kevin and area would zoom into the NPP parliamentary primaries. And they call Botiano English ya man from yene the member of parliament are still opese or sign so ejnebi wa pick form a file and they all call vet and Sylvester Tete Ebetnasi Eddie and Komo why he still wants to contest as MP for Botiano English ya man from. Where's it Obi? Per what he's saying, don't you think we the youth use lust to replace love by thinking we are in love? Also, with all that he's saying, what then is the proper meaning of love? Clifford, Canada, and on the way up praying. Yes, it wasn't he Clifford there. Yeah. And no.
You know, there are three words that confuses youth: like, lust, love. Now we a baby now the class I can't custom.
Yes.
Like.
So it will be powersome.
Yes. Lust. Me
yes.
Na love.
Odo. Me do.
Now almost or doorway though. So open so trust ye. What the baby na tutu home ma to me the trust.
Yes.
To work can trust and baby also love is charity. Do I hear you because of papaya and
it's your dog.
But there's more than that.
Okay.
And anything I've stayed away with the use of definitions because who could use definition be per yeah. What boxing call for? but the enemy say wo odomu no eye obi free na dwene pam etu no ho asi o se oni obi benanti ewo kwan a on pese obenya ne ho mfaso na emomo no mom eye bribi e dia bo so it's centered on the other person and not yourself.
And not yourself.
That is why it's supposed to be selfless endeavor. But for you to be brave, we shall not say many John. Many John like no. No, it's also say many John say
me pel
or do.
And I say me do.
Or could do last no. Or say me kwa do. And I say me pel. Why did you on or pay?
Yeah.
No, a jano. It's also say New York. But the name say. Like one of the authors wrote a book, Love is a Decision. It is indeed a decision. You decide to love someone. It's not by impulses. It's not by reflexes. No. And your emotions and your sentiments. Of course, there is an aspect of love that is sentimental. But it's not an exclusive part. Yes. There's also the other part of it, which is also decision that you have to make. Hence, I would dream. Also me do was ko dwen ho o ko dwen once wa ba every year now there who your feelings amasa who the agrona feelings na bunka ma de akofa baby body o.
Anyways, we say Obi, good afternoon and happy new year to Elder Anan. My wife and I married 17 years ago and did something to me did something to me this Sunday, and trust me, immediately divorce came to my mind. Still I am hurt. Ima Ewotema, 17 years of marriage. I was in the year in baby just this Sunday. I'm our retire by any trim.
Monsieur Adebi, I catch him say, what you can untie, don't break. No, Adia, yetimi saneno.
Yes, saneno.
Yentitim. But you move a brain. Also, we are seeing, no, psychologists, Becatcho said the threshold for coping had dropped in people. People's ability to cope with stress and attention and a distress and a turbulence. It is inherent resilience. People have to train themselves to become resilient. Now, unconformability resilient, I just say, no, resilient basically is bounce back. The ability to bounce back. And maybe a word to know, I'm happy he diagnosed the issue as hurt. Now, hurt can be healed.
Or yao.
A yao, obi udi yao be one to me. And most of the time, no, yeah, the miniasaponi yao di no na say, oh, and the mamin jawari. But that is not the solution. And I never go about divorce. I heard this famous movie star, Denzel Washington.
Yes.
Or say, no, back your kobo bias to me. What's his name?
Oh, yeah. Will
Smith. Sometimes I confuse the two of them. Will Smith. Or say divorce is something when you contemplate, you would have it. You know what he's been through with his open relationship. And he was asked a question. I said, divorce is something when you contemplate, you would have it. And so, it's a very idea. Also, and China nipa bre. Now you catch them. Also, my bre. But what most people don't realize, especially even Christians, don't realize that the words you speak, they're not just mere words. Jesus said they are spirit and they take to themselves life bodies. Hinti kasa na o kano. As I say, we wa o show no kasa ye. Yakubu kasa o kasa o say. Techrema ya da wo numi. E so woni padua ko afa ningi na but to me Emma ejatom.
Ebetom.
So the things you utter with your words are indicative of what is already resident in your heart. And the brother needs to look at the state of his own heart with respect to one, the marriage, and two, the woman he's married to. Because there were two levels of commitment. Commitment to the person and commitment to the relationship. Sometimes people confuse the two. Look, you can't have the same. No, you have to be committed to the person. That's one. Then you have to be committed to the endeavor, which is the pursuit. Whether it is a love relationship, a friendship, a sibling relationship, because you can destroy it and still love the person. You know, brother, sometimes we have expectations. I once spoke at my joint church on this marital expectations, and I was telling the people one of the things I've seen in very simple ways how to deal with expectations. One, you see, first you need to disclose your expectations. Nipa na ya ade. So disclose what you expect of them to do. Don't go second guessing. Don't have assumptions. Don't draw hasty conclusions, sweeping generalizations, and not hurting nipa bebre. The second thing is when you disclose, give space for us to discuss it. So it's disclosure, discussion, and the third leg in dealing with marital expectation or relational expectations is to decide. So you disclose, you discuss, and you decide. It is the decisions you arrive at which binds both of you.
Yes.
But many of us know they make I ni hun komono. Na me so mu say judgment rod, marking scheme. Until the way is based on my own disclosures without us actually measuring it based on the discussions that we have decided thereof. Until what disclose mon discuss because you see meanings are in people. The fact that you put them, I said I'm here communication education for some young people, and I wrote REFUSE, and I said what is it? One person said refuse, the other said refuse. It depends on where the context is. So whatever you are saying, environment net demo may make it appropriate or inappropriate. Until home here say manage on your patch. Professor Ade in the book on marriage communication, he talks about it. A lot of individuals, they will patch, they will meti, nenanka will pese meti asie, and asana misiti asie, ne always say meye, and anemeye. They oftentimes don't actually align. So what you do is what my friend Letitia Hinefa, she will always say, validate your assumptions. Letitia would always say, validate your assumptions. And a lot of people run on the heels of assumptions. Case B was even on Akuban's page a while back. A lady who had heard that the husband was cheating on her in Tema. She lives in Accra. Motor win accident. As we speak, she's not part of the living. I read it on her Facebook wall some time back. Now, why would somebody do that? Years ago, I was about 11 years. My father used to work with food specialties those days. Nestle, he became, before he retired. Then somebody comes to my mother's kiosk, hey, Auntie Anna, say I'm home, be in the car in the front. I was standing there as an 11-year-old boy, looking at what my mom's response was going to be. You know what my mom said? But that's smart. Me papa pon na all betwem wo ye area ho or baby to car in the front, and the mommy wants to be the one to break the news to my mother. And my mother, being the wise woman, told this fellow, look, he's coming home anyway. What's the point in going to look for him and chase after him? It makes no sense. And I learned a big lesson from my mother. She didn't have any PhD, she didn't have any degree anywhere, but she was a wise woman. When my dad was taking me through very difficult times, my mom looked at me and said, Kwame, the crab never bites, it's his handshake that hurts. She was referring to my father, trying to let me understand my father means well, but the way he may be doing it may not be turning out well. So life lessons are very crucial. And I'm a student of life, so I've become like Solomon. What I do is I watch people and learn lessons from the things they have done, so I don't repeat what they have done. We have a lot of life lessons around us. We just ignore it because we have this notion, say, it will never happen to us. And that's the biggest illusion an individual can have. Because this life is fraught with so many unpredictable developments, unplanned occurrences, unanticipated shocks. And they are there in this life. I visited a professor of physics. He's a professor emeritus, actually, of physics. And this man had lost his memory. No longer can recognize his own wife, can no longer recognize his own children. Oshemi, Onimi, Oshemi Sana Keke. Bruni. Oshemi-san is a man who has been cited by PhD students, master students, undergrad students. Just says, he's in what they call vegetative state. And because who to say, we be Oshemi-san. Meanwhile, it's not that he doesn't know me, he just can't make any sense out of what he's saying. Life. That is why Prophet Isaiah will say, let the one who boasts not boast that he is wise, not boast that he is rich, not boast that he is powerful, but they must boast that they know the Lord who exercises justice. Se nipa nam na wonya misro mu a look e boa pa me ba na me ni kojo fojo mu di nkomo. One of the famous quotes of Theodore Roosevelt, or say to educate a man in mind and not in morals is to educate a menace for society. Our society is crying for many things in many phases of our society. Take any sector, no sector is spared. People are educated in the mind. And say me tijaji bia esi odi asem na asem no odi no sa oba no divorce case na on handle no sa oni oba na twimp na. This is obia oye obu aten odi asem na asem na odi no mpropro wa no etwekọ ne mfaso. Who told you he's not educated? He's been educated. But what about the aspect?
The heart, the morals.
The heart of the person. I like this man. He's called James Patterson. James Patterson is one of the American authors. He's very celebrated. I watched one of his videos where he was speaking to Coca-Cola many years ago. And he made a very profound statement. He says, and I quote, in the game of life, there are 5 balls that must be kept in the air. Work, family, friends, health, and integrity. Work is a rubber ball. It can be dropped and it will bounce back. The rest of the balls are made of glass. If you drop one of them, it can be scuffed, it can be scratched, and it can be scattered. And which are those ones? It is friends, family, it is health, and integrity. I want to let people know that integrity is so crucial. Who you are, not how you appear. No. Because see, how you appear is your reputation. But who you are is your character, is your integrity. And the word integrity is from the word integer. The root word is integer. Integers are whole numbers. The opposite of an integer is fraction. So when we say a person lacks integrity, it means that they've divided themselves either into 1/2, 1/3, or 1/4. So nipan was a quadrant life. It's no life sorry.
Lukewarm.
Or no, our life or show of ye.
Okay.
And our life you need more jumem. And our life or show what sorry them. And our life also show social media. So that's a quadrant. Mekai say na menkra baby na mekai say lady bia na oya sorry say oni hobium. Our office being chen ho. And I'm sure any man do had ya catch them me bribi so ho. I for na minchia no. We borrow ho no big share me TV at Aroma. Those days I used to do at home every Friday and then do relationship Friday on the TV, Joy TV. And Timmy do and mom say, hey, Mr. Kevin, you're here. I'm so yes, mom. Why? Do you know somebody else? Oh, a church member is here. And I said, why me both here? I say, hey, is you a church member? Oh, I'm sorry for the business. I feel me who you are from any jam the Bogra office. No, I say, be a man in so a bono. Mataba need to meet too. I can't fly because in the office she had a totally different reputation. So integrity is who you are. We were told many years ago who you are when nobody is watching, and what you do when you think it will never be discovered. And there's so many individuals who have compromised their integrity. You know, There's this guy, one of my favorite authors, Gordon MacDonald. He wrote a book, Ordering Your Private World. He's the same person who wrote the book, A Life That God Blesses. And he uses the theory of building beneath the waterline. How your life in the private must be heavier than your life in public. Many of us don't have closet lifestyle.
Asempa FM.
So he's a Christian. He has no devotional life in the privacy of his life. Now, about public, I'll be sure you'll be hit by a moral crisis and you'll never be able to come again. Because what will support you, especially when you read The Life That God Blesses, there was this, there's this parable that he shares of a guy who joined a yacht club. Now he wanted to build a yacht, a boater. It will be the talk of the town so that he becomes the Commodore. And he focused on building it so flamboyant, so everything aesthetically that pleases the eye and causes applause. He focused on that. But he forgot to look at the rudder that holds it. The things that the eyes do not see. Everything that stands shocks. What is beneath the surface is strong. Look at a tree. The roots hold it. There's a part of the tree called the buttress root. It's so deep and burrowing, heavy, holds it. And the little ones are around. In a storm, it stands. Look at a building. The height that the building rises is defined by the level of the foundation. That's why when we go to the Burj Khalifa, it's one of my favorite, things. It was built with the foundation resilient, 50 meters down the earth. 50 meters down the earth is the Burj Khalifa. You go and see it, and it's a massive spectacle of architecture. Me call Dubai and say, I hear they're building another one which will be taller than the Burj Khalifa, which is the tallest building in the world. And Ghana, I hear our tallest building is about 29 floors. That's about 164 or so floors. Put 29, 164, and you know what we are talking about. Life is lived twice. Steve Covey calls it a blueprint. There's so many individuals, and I've told you, way back 17 years ago, I stopped doing resolutions because they don't work. But when you find your mission on earth, what you do then is this. You identify the various roles you play in this life. And to each of the roles, you set goals for it. And those goals, you renew them year in, year out. It's not a resolution. It's a goal you want to score. I always tell my young boys and girls that life is not about entertaining. Ghana Black Star, forgive me, but we are the only nation. Which nation does that? The essence of the game is who scores goals.
It's to score goals.
So life actually is about scoring goals. What goals have you set for yourself this year? It's not a resolution. It's the goals that you're working towards with diligence. It is said that heights attained by people who have access place of success was not just attained by mere flights. Why? Because they, whilst others were asleep, they were burning the midnight candle. They toiled up there. Miss Hillary Clinton, the wife of former President Clinton, and she herself a former state official,
Secretary of
State. I'll say, don't confuse having a career with having life. Look, there's so many of us. Our whole life is about career.
Ejuma.
One woman told me, Elder, catch a mikuno say, or in the prime life, I'm a Juma. Now, so retire, better now together.
Oh,
that was the most scariest threat I've ever heard from a spouse. And if you are there and you have work now, it's great. It may pay your bills. It may give you leverage, a bit more opportunity, access, influence, space. But remember, there is life and there is career. One of my mentors, Steve Atterban, wrote a book, Win at Love Without Losing at Win at Work Without Losing at Love. And it's one of the conversations I love to have because I read that book when I was young. And that is why I've learned that Proverbs 11 is very important. Or say a false balance is an abomination to the Lord. With all my business, I make time for my family.
Asempa FM.
Because no matter where I go and what I do, I retire home.
Family
And family is so important. It's so crucial. There are so many of us who have risen very high. High.
The corporate ladder.
Corporate ladder. Your spouse, your lover can't celebrate with you. Your children can't celebrate with you. And Steve says that, look, trophies lose their glitter without the applause of friends and family. If you don't have the applause from your family and friends, your trophy will lose its glitter. I know one guy who chatted accounting or chatai. Now the time of chatai, not anyone for a few rumpus. For 1 year, there was no celebration of his chatter.
Oh.
He toiled to chatter. And when he heard me quote Steve Ataban's statement that trophies lose their glitter without the applause of family and friends, he walked to me and said, Elder, I have experienced this firsthand.
Oh.
I chatted, but my wife couldn't celebrate with me because she was upset with me at the time. I want to plead with everyone out there. Life is nuanced. There are curves, there are contours. But you see, we must constantly be making decisions about life. And it's not just a lump sum decision. It's one decision, one choice at a time. Never forget that whatever choices and decisions you're making, choices have consequences.
Yeah.
Look, you are making very horrendous choices. And we haven't come to face the realities. I made horrendous choices. And admit to move away from them. And I want them. And I want him. Now when him say sell 1 year the go send a bepro. Na dey akwasha bonsam. Bonsam conversation maybe next year Nyame will talk about bonsam. You know, in this life we must also learn to deliberately depend on one another.
Yeah.
For me to depend on you and depend on Dominic, we do so deliberately. You see the concept of intentionality, intentionally living what you live. They are not intentional about what they live. We are too erratic, too haphazard, and just not on it. We must also be devoted to a divine source.
Okay.
Now the question is this: do you have a divine source as a person? When push comes to shove, Yebeko baby. Yen papa ya waka baby at same section yebe na ye papa iti mens.
Yeah.
I remember one day I had gone to a pharmacy in Tema, Committee 9. There's top pharmacy there, big one. When I entered and he saw me, as soon as he saw me, he just said, wow, young man. Then he comes to embrace me. As soon as he embraced me, I said, Daddy, do you know me? I said, I've been watching you on television. You're a young man, you're carrying yourself well. You're full of wisdom. And I said, thank you. Then he started pouring his heart to me. The things he shared with me. I mean, because he was in the same church with my mother, where he was a lay preacher. You know, a lot of young men and young women don't realize that there is a divine source for their existence. Many dislocate themselves from their divine source and hope they can make it in this life. It's a big joke. Look, sometimes what we say, to err is human. Then we add the second part. To forgive is divine.
It's divine.
Where do you draw divine from? If any entity is uprooted from its source, it won't live long.
Yeah.
From dust you came, you shall return to dust. Dr. Miles Morrow used to teach us about humus. Everybody must remember you're from the clay. You go back to the clay. My dear gentleman here is wearing almost off-white.
Yeah.
If it was all white, those who like, if you don't know you are from humus, which is the dirt of the soil, let me give you an exercise. Go to Carson's or Unilever. They produce the best, detergents and washing soap. Go and order customized soap. Go and buy a towel, white towel. Take a bath, good clean bath. Don't wipe. Mop yourself. Lift the white towel. You see debris up.
Yeah.
humus in it. Look, you are from the soil, and out of humus comes humility. There are a lot of people who are working in this nation. They are larger than life. I walked to the surgical block of Kolibu as I was climbing. Descending was a former big man in this country,
Asempa
of a former president. And as he was descending alone, he had done a surgery, and usually when someone bag not tube, and he was descending all by himself. But because I'd seen him on television, I mentioned his name, and he stopped and he said, "You know me?" I said, "Yes, I know you. You are so and so." He said, "Yeah, this is life." That's what he said. This is life. What had happened? He was going to use the elevator, but they had put cylinders in the elevator, cutting it up until there was no way of anybody. We all had to wait. I think he couldn't wait any longer.
They also used the staircase.
So he had to use the staircase. Imagine somebody who's done a procedure. He's just gone for dressing. Now he had to uncomfortably descend the staircase. I was climbing to go and visit a relative who was up there, in the very top. And life is such that the place that takes you to the high places are usually in the low places. And sometimes it's very easy for you to ignore the people you meet in the low places. And when you rise, those should rise with you. Don't leave them behind. Because one day you would need them.
You need them.
Let me quickly move to legacies.
Yes. Now, Now,
the concept of legacies, I like to talk about legacies, and I'll go to Genesis chapter 11. Because you see, one of the things I've seen, I took LIC couples on a retreat at Anakazo, and they asked me first time to talk about legacies, living a godly legacy. And when I was preparing, the Holy Spirit just said to me, tell them that they should not build a name for themselves. You see, when you are godly, you don't build a name for yourself, you build a name for our God. You see, when you build a name for God, the cascading effect is that that name casts a shadow on you. Unfortunately, for many of us, we are seeking to establish a name for ourselves. And in Genesis 11, this is what it says: "Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower, with its top to the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves. Lest we be dispersed over the face of the whole earth." Now, talking about legacies, including me and Metie, Yebeja Anamo Amanchrim. Me repping out here, me nimno dear, but Mitini Dino, I think he's a politician.
Yes.
One day, Yebekaino. Yankaino and Sre Yebekaino is a legacy.
Asempa FM.
Obejana Namo, baby be obeba. Kasa Oka, Nenia Obeye. Ebejansun Sanswa, it will go with him wherever you go. Me Papa Bino say, if you don't fear God, fear for your own name. The reason is that your name would either open a door or shut a door in your face.
Yes.
Inti yako ye ba ye dimpa ye pa chi ahonya. Na sa dimpa no ye nyame din e da wo so. Se wo ye nyame ba. Enya wudin bi a waji wudin o, because ye ka kire wo se waji wudin a ye negative. Enti ye se ye hye wudin ye bo din de hye mra nye. Ye bo din so de kum mra so a enye. Inti ye din e se da wo so no, e se ye nuonyam din a ye boss a din no a nipa senfim. Now, talking about legacies, a lot of negative legacies have been left to us. Okay, Lamentations 5:7, I'll say, our fathers sinned and are no more, but we bear their iniquities.
Their iniquities.
Ye janom ye nanom, our forebears. Oma yomu dieko, edikan for no edikan woko. We saw papa bakwana bitati the pa Yera Ephraim, Dr. Ephraim. You know, I have his books, I have his sermons, his lectures that he was delivering at Kia University and at Achimota. Now, okay, also he's a deep man. Yeah, Mami Esther Oklu. I used to listen to her a lot. Mami, you know, to say indigenous African woman. Professor Nketia.
Yes.
Sam Pinifwe Ejako. Namitia Mamukakra. Those days on GBC, my father will insist you have to listen. Now, what will say? On this You can see they are bequeathing to the next generation a legacy of words well spoken, well fitted to the ones the language we hear on radio. And that's why I come here, because you don't tolerate that. Any platform that encourages those things, I don't go. Because I'm not in competition to be popular. No. I'll have to live my life in a quiet. But once you offer this platform, remember the millions. And with 3 decades and 3 years with the youth, I've learned that the words of an adult must be carefully crafted and strengthened, because anybody who hears must be edified. But so many of us, the words we speak do not edify. They actually create chaos and cacophony. And this is something that when you talk about legacy, I like this. It says, the word of the Lord came to me saying, what do you mean when you use the proverb concerning the land of Israel? Fathers have eaten sour grapes and the children's teeth have been set on edge. Now Israel follow jitum say, now me papa say not here, me mommy say not here. Because yes, seminar be wo colleague on area ho. Now me ko ye no me do na man be tia me now so catch them thickness. O say me te compound house, me nya branch bi na ti. A branch na ya die bi a eniamo ho. Nso hu ne mfom so. Am say no why dey. Onyin say nketesi amiensa hu ne mfom so. So the first evening, because I could speak the local language, Asempa FM. Or your name, so no permanent mainly no ba me na yi. More than support ni chichi. Me panic and bash on no. Eke ye nyuma ka edwes on for eke mu go yin blanche. You know in your penny am chichi edwane. In your etepe na me chichi edwane yi. Won't ya say because me cartons. Ma me chira ase. But me so now we better as because Nidini suggests but I see it all over. Me from Central Region, I see it in the Central Region. You know, coastal belt is so common. From Western all the way to the Volta region, you find these typical things. Now Osei, no, ohuni e hankrofo na omo tete na sa no. No ni papa de ne ba asase. Oni ma baako eduni nan nyinsen ya wan ware baako kra. Ono ni de miensa pe no wa ni sase. Ne de miensa pe e na omo kokọ apayu. Ohona mi hu say sa ejanum akodi afemfem de ma emma esia ka twitwiri so no. It's very powerful. Nti wo ye penimu a ne wo ye bia no anama a wotwa no echiriba bedi wachi because omususu say papa estate amete no one day we Saturday me see me tente mapom. This year my my daughter says I should reduce, and I'm on a project this year to really trim down. Now me I say we di mechi. Nti me 10 years no small boy because na me say kweko na head. I say da me di wechi de o ye ni me ye bi. Obi bisa ho. Say de me ye no na nya de papa. Uncle adebone na no. Nti ya kan di fo no nti ase. Titira man your foi. Yes. Ya mebunu di machi hwe mo papa. Na ne mo ye no no bi
Asempa FM.
And the who on mebon no na say. Ne peni aye no. Ofa obetumi di abon tansa. Aye na chance. I'll walk you through briefly this family of Abraham. Abraham looked at his wife in the midst of risk of people assailing him. Okachira won say ne yire ye ni nua. But that was his wife. It was a total lie. And when you read the scripture, he said that to protect himself. So it was a selfish choice. May we sing, Father Abraham had many sons. Go to his son. Who is his son?
Isaac.
Isaac did the same thing to Rebecca. He said Rebecca was his sister. Now the third generation, when they came, the children of who? There was Jacob, Isaac came, Jacob, and Esau. One had to lie to take the other's birthright. And they were sworn enemies until they found peace park. Jacob has children, and his children also tell a lie, exchanging his brother for pittance. And on by or say Abua be Achi Joseph Ari. You see, one generation, one lie, express in different ways. Nti ya ama your phone ye janom ne na nam na omotutu bi ma omo ho no. Omonye very careful. Have you seen the youth on social media?
It's terrible.
They are savagery. No, the word is they are savagery.
It is beyond description.
It is savagery because you see, the language deployed have become seeds that have been sown as legacies, and we shall eat the fruits thereof. Watch it very closely. When the young people are going after their own MPs, they are savagery. But they are British and they are beastly because you see, we've sown seeds, and these seeds are going to sprout because seeds will always sprout if they have a fertile soil. So that's my plea to everyone. If you don't want that, and you see, Jeremiah said that, but I will end with Pat Patrick's quote from his book, Awakening the Dream Within. I'll say, in life, we leave a legacy to our children. We leave our footprints wherever we travel. And we leave our fingerprints on every heart we touch. And each one of us is traveling. We are pilgrims on this earth. One day I'll exit. Now I went to Nigeria the first time. I was scared because I heard so much. In the conference I was going to speak, there was an announcement, general announcement. 2 brothers who were coming had been kidnapped by 2 different groups, and they were asking for ransom. Let me stroll. But I realized that it's such a beautiful country that you need to be there to see.
Yeah.
It's not everywhere which is like that. When you go to Lagos even, over the islands area, Masa, the properties there, if you see it, your jaw will drop. You see? But in the midst of that, there is
Asempa FM.
And each one of us, we are traveling. And anybody who wants to leave a legacy bearing the name of our God. And in this nation, we're a very religious nation. Whether it's African traditional religion, whether it's Christianity, whether it's Islamic religion or other faiths, we are people who are very religious. But you see, the question is, are we godly?
Are we godly? Are we spiritual?
Are we godly? Because the godly person has compassion on his fellow person. The godly person sees the God nature in the other person. Because they're all created in the image and after the likeness of God. I want to leave everybody with this thought. When you walk, what footprints do you leave behind for the succeeding generation? And when you encounter people and you touch their lives, what fingerprint indexes are you leaving
on them?
May you never ever leave a fingerprint that will be detrimental, that will lead to regrets, that you would wish had not happened. This will call for grace. May we be products of God's grace.
Amen.
And extend the same grace to one another.
Amen. Amen.
Those who are asking, somebody sent me a message. You can just Google my name, Amos Kevin Annan. It's Amos. Kevin Annan is KEVIN Annan, ANNAN. Go to YouTube. I have a lot of videos there. You can go and download them for your wife and your lovers and
watch some of them.
Watch some of them. I'm just a product of God's grace. I'm only a voice in the wilderness.
Absolutely.
Prepare you the way of the Lord.
Obi, yesterday was a grand opening to beginning the year right series. Today is equally insightful and educative. Elder Amos Kevin Annan is very deep. God bless him very much for this delivery. #Ekosiisen, beginning the year right. Alex Martinson and the way about many of your questions coming through. Unfortunately, because of your time and into was here the AC Honorable Sylvester Tete MP for Botiano English from is already in the studio. Ebedin come in the next 1 hour. Now Obi, please ask your guest that how would you live with a man or a woman who doesn't know how to say sorry, even when he or she goes wrong? And while you are angry, then he or she would also feign anger. Elisha Tay from Usu.
No, so the word sorry. Have you seen? There's this video that went viral. A generation that cannot say sorry. A very powerful video. A profile of the world and how it is.
Yeah.
Now, uni obi ohona so ntumi nka kose kafra fachem abotre abotre esan se obi oho a ohun inform so I just say watwe aba no na adwenem. And then bebre no me call a lot of this mediation meeting between spouses. Almost everybody is trying to look right. Everybody is trying to make the other look bad or wrong. But whereas you never get a solution. So we always tell them, look at what is wrong, not who is wrong.
Who is wrong?
If you shift your attention from what is wrong to who is wrong, there always be banter, conflict here. But when you move from who is wrong to what is wrong, and no nipa. That's a dangerous premise because of virginity. Who wants to be defeated? Nobody. There's a book. Sorry is what you do after what you do after you have said sorry. Look for that. And then there's another one. What sorry is not.
What sorry is not.
And for many of us, we don't like to forgive. Actually, 10 years at the show. But you see, anger destroys the container in which it is kept, not the person it's expressed to us. Unless, of course, it comes with abrasive behavior or violence or some brutish behavior, then that one it can. And Mr. Fache. Yeah. One lady, Lisa Terkes, she wrote a book, Forgiving What You Cannot Forget. For those who are struggling with forgiveness, go and read it. There's a woman whose husband was caught in a mess, and she was torn between forgiving and not forgiving. She decided to study the subject of forgiveness, 1,000 hours of studies. And she wrote a book, Forgiving What You Cannot Forget.
That's interesting.
It was my theme for last year. Wow. My book studies, I ordered, one of the world's famous professors on forgiveness. I ordered about 6 books, and one lady in the US just paid for it and shipped them to me. Amazing author on the concept of forgiveness. Many of us talk about forgiveness, but we don't practice forgiveness. We don't forgive. We still hold on to hurts and bitterness, and it escalates. But you see, you can have potentially some cancerous cells developing in your body.
If you don't forgive.
Yeah.
And you hold on to hurt.
Yeah, those pent-up feelings, resentment, they bring you all kinds of things. So I beg people, if you want to forgive.
Forgive.
Great peace. You will struggle to forget, but forgive.
Yeah, great peace. Obi Roland Oakra Edase Papa for all your very, very kind messages. We are indeed grateful. Amos Kevin and Yatenen can say the medical can yamreno echo into Yabashani EDSC. But he's a great resource. Anytime opese Otenen can just follow him on Facebook. Say the work and Amos Kevin and follow him on Facebook, and then on YouTube, and so you can subscribe to his channel na the videos. And anytime you hear uhune artwork say Kasawo baby, make time and go there. And
this year's couples retreat, creative couples conclave, creative couples global. Roadshow. Domi my book honorable so may invite some number sure 14th, 15th, and 16th
of June.
One night.
Okay.
Ekunfi Nakwa. Breezes.
Okay. That new hotel.
A new facility near Twaso. Ako Maha Beach Resort. For another night. Western
region.
Into near road show. However, now revival is
very important. Creative couples conclave.
Conclave 9. Next year, they call Israel. And Christian couples pilgrimage to Israel. They won't buy it by that time now. Won't you about 4?
Actually,
it's here that we can say, Mr. Domias, Mumina Fisher, Asempa TF4. But the 2 Abrebia, young common dinner ha. Yes. The bonfire said, Ubia Bekan no Cassa ye. Now Ubia Emma Comma Afia Abato Abre. Yankee Yeni and Cassa Yaka. If you are why takra with Jim, your bojim. A jar away a swa, a bit to me as some ye, sure, a bit to me so the Atoranchama, but we may just an air, she Australia, she California, a jar to me TC, na shinko for Pamacho, Mobia and Soja. Minim say, a beer fire for fire. Yeah. But when you take fire, also real fire extinguisher. Inti obia anya fire extinguisher fancy the chain. Now what ja a very professional way. Na the fire extinguisher no. They do. Nyame enemies na.
That's it. I'm sure most Kevin Anani at and Ekosiisen Suni Asempa 94.7 FM beginning the year right series. That's day 2. Your second speaker and Moten can speaking to us on the topic love, lessons and legacies. And Motia quite an interesting and very exciting presentation on these very, very important subject. And Eddie Hongkong. And I know you are blessed. What to me and making notes. Come on, more recording. So what to me are recording. I may add more ochana. You bet was so tomorrow. Dr. Richmond Kwame Frimpong will join us on the beginning the year right series. Now, ochana Richmond will speak to us on the topic flourishing in hard times, a New Year's approach. Flourishing in hard times, a New Year's approach. You want to make a date with us tomorrow as well on the series. Into very, very exciting times for us here. My member Honorable Sylvester Matthews, and run I'm teasing it, Matthew. Sylvester Matthews Tete. Honorable Akwa Banet is saying
Obi. Me ho yepa, afishapa.
Afi papa nkometo yen. And run I'm just Matthew Kadina.
Me say nyase. We me ma me pen e frame me. Oh. There's a reason for it.
Oh, okay.
Obi. Elder in church radio.
Yeah.
Jayam chichi so.
Oh, sir.
Me come here. I say, who got your exams now?
Yes.
Home prepare and time national. I feel best to flip this. I wouldn't be able to
yes.
But in Yami be my adom.
Of course.
Benya grace.
Of course.
Quite inspiring. And
very.
And I'm starting to say with tea.
Sure. Sofu Bwedi Nyameche.
Quite inspiring. And then I thought said that was it, but then it's another level.
Another level.
And I have no doubt tomorrow will be exceptional. Asempa, my idea.
Yeah, that's it.
Asempa na mudi now.
Yeah, that's it.
The thought of this alone is quite inspiring. Yeah. There's no better way to begin the year than this.
Sure.
And I think we're touching many lives. And I think we have resource persons in this country. It's amazing. And you see, strangely, most of these guys are sought after in other jurisdictions.
Ochina, he's moving to Nigeria.
Yeah, they are sought after in other jurisdictions. Yeah. It tells you we don't take advantage of the resources we have. And I spoke to a writer from a friend in Sierra Leone, who lives in the United Kingdom. And Osei, he's a Christian writer. Osei, most of his inspirations are from Ghanaian preacher men.
Oh,
I was shocked. And he has more than 15 books to his credit.
Wow.
And he lives in the UK. I said, look, most of the people who inspires him most to write and
Ghanaian preachers.
Ghanaian preachers. Very knowledgeable and seriously, I think that we need to scale up.
It's true.
Really need to scale up.
It's true.
Kudos to you and your team.
That's
for this. The thought of this alone is quite refreshing.
That's it. Afi papa nko meto yen.
Afi me sign yo.
Ya me do say where we vetting no.
Me we vetting. E ho na me fi be.
Wow.
Me we vetting. Me da ya me ase.
Wow. Ini nipa mienu for Botiano English among from ana.
Yeah, sir.
Omo ye 3.
Yeah, sir.
In the omo wie ye no, oma ye okay say we no nye balloting.
Yeah, balloting it was so.
Oma ya to aso.
We are now the to aso, they ahihye so.
I thought say was say committee ne di omo report about who has qualified. No, omo catch them over.
We honey hona. In fact, say idea bibi wo ho dia wo metwentwen so.
Okay.
But from the vetting committee, and I think the party has taken the position
as much as possible they will not disqualify anybody. Okay.
Obia Echo Truma, yeah, this is so.
In the balloting, no other number saying
number 1 as usual. Obi, number 1. It reminds me of 4 years ago.
Yeah.
The number 1, sir. Now, meda meeting, I say, meda National Council, National Party, Regional Party, National Vetting Committee,
yes,
of regional executives, constituency executives, Council of Elders, ne other form of buyer. And Obi, I took a decision not to bus anybody to the venue because I have vetting but we do have quite a sizable number of people me constituency executives, me electoral area coordinators and people I least expected they could make their way there. I don't know how they make their way there. They got there and I think me da say they are very successfully politics but beyond politics Osei kasa they be me can say a work in progress and nipa be brave or politics no but they don't really know what is in there.
What is in there?
Into obi prepare for round 2.
It is number 1 on the ballot paper.
Number 1 on the ballot paper.
27th January in Abato. How many delegates in your constituency?
1,000, a little under 1,200 and a delegate.
That's quite a number.
We are waiting for National Council directive or National Party directive with respect to proxy. Somebody that directive number you can really tell how many people can actually vote on a day. So just about 1,200
delegates
who are going to elect who will lead the party. But Toby, the MPP party delegates, don't take them for granted. Obi bia with the party chiache na waye party mwejuma pa can read the game. The American me say read the game. You are like a tactician. And you read the game in the crystal ball, you can tell where it's going to land. 14 constituencies I was sitting MPs were Greater Accra. I can predict each of the constituencies. And in my constituency, it's a foregone conclusion. Without disrespecting Ubia or co-election, I have never been complacent about internal elections. I've gone through the mill 1 too many times. So media, from day one, you see, it's not only winning, but making a statement with a win. 4 years ago, Bikaipa, very difficult elections. Having to battle an incumbent
MP.
member of parliament. 5 that elections. From day one, my numbers are now my name is 320 votes where the voter menya 317 back on 2 point back on 2 say no back on 2 tiami. We can't pay with I've named it Follow Who No Road. Simple.
Follow Who No Road.
Follow Who No Road. Seriously speaking, Obi, I say it's not the fun of it. It's to select a leader to continue what the party's achievement has been. And the person who knows the party's achievement, the person who can defend the party's achievement, the person who has been part of the process of building the achievement for the party.
Asempa
so we are going to defend our record. 2024. And Nipa Odi wenim kai. Obi, with the things I've done in the constituency, in the run out to these elections, Obi Kojina baby say yentu abama no see MP buy onyehwe enti mumfa membra. And I say Odika so be can say MP nyehwe because I nipa no constituency or campaign from 2020 to onye or he's never been part of any work in the constituency. So I can grant the person say MP nyehwe. And to make me a grant, no. And is any panel Kojina baby knows you MP by on Yash into Buntu Abantiana. Now, polling station in now will catch and say MP Yash now. Why you part of the work now? Obi, Sani Pano him say in the backyard. Sometimes almost 3 and they call me. And one I say it is expected because if you have ever been part of a struggle and building our achievement, 2024 is a defense of our record. And who catch a man and say when Pino are buying by on Yash. And how would people vote for you? So it tells you the people. All that I tell my people, they say, follow who know road.
But that's exciting. Maybe say a bit unpack his statement. No, constituency, I have one constituency in the last 4 years. No, it's been in the news. You know, for so many times, especially in Suenya Toya, but you know English, I'm from in Sam Ebeba and all of that. Inti Nioma Bibre Ohio, but I want us to do this. Meba, then we get deep into but you know English man from politics, and we try to unpack issues now. I don't know my mutie mumbe masumeti we mama we are honorable Sylvester Tete wa ha me ne beto aso edi nkomo. Game Park Limited say memfa nsem to my name say ne amanfo disikapa. People are really making some good money in this new year, and you have to be part of the several winners winisika. Game Park Limited the newest lottery operator in Ghana, and they bring to you the Pick 4 game. The omo kanzamen can choose a phone net dial *946# *946# on all networks. Now I selected 4 numbers. You from 0 to 9 over pick 4 numbers. You can do that on their website. You can download the app Metre Game Park Games app from one website. Now they announce so to me a play. Once you are done doing it, you have to watch the live draw. Live draw never so Doom TV. So 9 a.m., 12 p.m., 6 p.m. every day, Monday to Sunday. Yeah, live draws 3 times in a day. And let's play this game and cash out on some really good mola. Game Park Games, more mola, more power. It's regulated by the National Lottery Authority, not for persons under 18. So play responsibly. Mama yenyina yen shanen so. Melcom and so say yes, share promotion be as on the 4th of December. Ye be 7th of January. 7th of January. And 3rd January. We have 4 more days to go. The Melcom Magical Christmas promotion. And I extend it into the new year. The Melcom Kenya say Oba Betonium or Melcom shop be a amount up to 60% discount on countless items at any Melcom store nationwide. And in this new year, the amount a memorable amount, please go to Melcom Nekoko shop. Nioma obeto bia. This offer valid in store and online. Oko melcom.com. Opeso order Nioma online, and so you are eligible for this 60% discount. 60%. A huge. Terms and conditions apply. Melcom, where Ghana shops in the moment so bank assurance and so a product be a CBG Ediaba. CBG say we want you to say goodbye to juggling multiple insurance providers. CBG's bank assurance service is your ultimate insurance solution in ensuring that your child's future is secure, your loved ones receive a dignified burial when the time comes, safeguard your properties, travel the world with ease, enjoy unparalleled financial security with CBG's bank assurance services. With our comprehensive motor, travel and home insurance plans, you've got the best cover and a secured future all in one place. Don't wait any longer. Visit any of our 114 branches nationwide and sign on now. For further inquiries, kindly reach out to our contact center 0302 216 000 0302 216 000. I say visit in social media handles on Facebook, on X, and then on Instagram. You can send us an email as well. Talk to us at cbg.com.gh. Talk to us at cbg.com.gh. Terms and conditions apply. CBG, we stand with you. Inti bank assurance na solid ade a CBG ediaba insurance packages ni nyina no under one roof. Oko CBG ombehwe abo motor insurance or life insurance, everything insurance ombebo ho ban ede amount. Mami musa o preferred color of tank den wasi fiewe wo the tank so the nsuo egumu a preferred color den black, blue, green, red and syntax will be at the mount. Guarantees be a here syntax ho amount. Obi ho a de here up, and in fact ye here our tank we inner layer no. Inner layer your double, your triple, your quadruple. Emu be a ope syntax tank will be at the mind. Kai say about water needs pa dia insuo pa dia syntax and also no edin comment. Ya syntax tank anu aje so strong, tough. You will over 300 agents nationwide. In this open order tank and now free 0244 335 168 0244 335 168. Oko social media at Syntax Ghana. Open shop it online and so syntaxgh.com. Syntax tank strong tough. Na ene more money office of the Registrar of Companies edin we bia na nsem no wako se wo register wo company o join queue na process ne a bit cumbersome. Ene office of the Registrar of Companies say the premium service about in response to clients' request for fast track services. In the ORCI with the Prestige Center. You mount a bouquet of services, including registration of business names, that sole proprietorships, companies, professional bodies. You can go there and update your business from the historical database dubbed re-registration, filing of annual returns, and renewal of businesses with the delivery of certificates and profiles in 24 hours. Nina ORCA. Come and experience a premium class service. Visit the Office of Registrar of Companies. Your office no Registrar General's Department ewa Accra. Your hotlines ne AME 0302 666 081 and 0302 664 791. 0302 664 791. You can also WhatsApp us or send us a message on Telegram. Number near 0557 653 130. 0557 653 130. ORC, a trusted partner for business. Inti omo abwa papa e de abe for nioma ye juma brutal men Canada. Ene mo nam for no mo maame no mo papa no mo abrochire mo nua no mo abrochire na mo Ghana occasionally o say o package nuane local foods e de send one dried fish kotodwe bayre nwa bush meat and so much more. So packaging the camera e de send one na de bia ukugina kotoka na obi ba besia wa pa ne chew say o space one bag mo a onye mfa nhyem na onfa mo obi wa no ne e ma sa nneoma ne etwem Ghana Post adaroma inti etwem ene bibia opesa wo de mane ekwa bruchire Ghana Post e de be kwa ma easily. The Ghana Post parcel EMS service na fast, affordable, reliable. And they say African dress now opesa wo de ko kente batakari kaftan kaba and a slit now opesa wo de ko e be packaging the kama dia kwa ma ko bi kotodwe enchene jene bushmeat and opesa wo de ko e be packaging the kama dia ko handcrafted artifact and any special gift from Ghana. We can package all of them with care and send them directly to your loved ones abroad. Ghana Post Parcel EMS service. We deliver to everywhere in the world, to the UK, to the rest of Europe, to the US of A, Australia, South America, Asia, and across Africa. In the experience the ease, speed, and utmost security that Ghana Post offers in sending your cherished parcels this season. And let Ghana Post be your ultimate choice for spreading love throughout this new year period. Now also visit any Ghana Post office near you or connect with us on our social media handles at Ghana Post GH, at Ghana Post GH. Send us a WhatsApp message now, 0542 527 004, 0542 527 004. Ghana Post, secured smart deliveries. And the onioma nyina abeko e de amount asem here intimoma ye nyina ye nhye nso na ene o how to etwa Ghana Post ebeboa. Enra me di the convention hon komo etremo. Se ebia what Julius Malema din, what PLO Lumumba din, Dr. Arikana, what Peter Obi, the famous Peter Obi or contest elections for Nigeria just next door. In page 4 mabo within na Ghana. Jumedi omubabedi ye friend the convention a transformative experience so on the 7th of January Independence Square here in Accra. It's a star-studded panel including these African leaders Amabo Wundin, Julius Malema, PLO Lumumba, Dr. Arikana, and Peter Obi. The event will unite over 30,000 minds for empowerment and inspiration to be part of history, celebrating a powerful convergence of cultures with giveaways and exclusive items. Don't miss this day of unity and empowerment. For free ticket and information, visit newafricafoundation.org. newafricafoundation.org. And as a friend, 0532 389 032. 0532 389 0320. See you there, Independence Square, 7th of January. It's an amazing event. Because ewo in cry. And mummy nyina yen shannon so ne fire ho en shame. Certainly kaka in studio Honorable Sylvester Matthews Tete or NPP MP for the people of Batiano English. A man from Modi Captain and Canada. Yeba would delve more into the constituency. His achievement and some of the criticisms are about against him and what he has to say about them and why he wants a second term in parliament representing the people of BNA.
La didi lala wa worry asodie na me de yemia Africa Queen Mackerel bonejuma wo sesen Africa Really, the what's as you win? So the year, Jania. I dance some tomato sauce, na go on so a year rich. Yes, a piece of war. It's a major in a day strong. And now no so mama. Na me just a nampanqua. Wow, bet see. No bet checking so. A great one. Na me say me chokwa men kwai. Na me to be gumwa. Not on any terms so. Honey, oh papa, oh you ma. Me jo. Me just say, jollof, Gary photo, rice and stew, and piscine gravy day. Africa Queen Mackerel ni mo. Intimate now, Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke, nam papa no.
Africa Queen, shawenum keke.
Dachimbo Gani, Masanso Ababim, Sese Kingdom Home Real Estate Development Limited. I am for Kramaye. Hey, Caneno, so Benya Sasi, ever a pre and I say Cropon, Nem Pobet Messu Deriano, a moon Samu Ayapi. Nanso enedie Kingdom Home Real Estate SCC Adana Wiekra or 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom houses are West Area Waton and a 2-bedroom apartment ni nyina bi ewo ho ensuo ne kanea so de e flow 247 ne bus security sam de abambo ene atumuda kra CCTV cameras atwa ho ahia na e was serene environmental e wo good weather condition pa de ni gine de ni kan se so wotie an estate ni mu a not tourist site a wo atwa ho ahia e bi ti se a brief Botanical Gardens, Boti Falls, Aqua Safari Resort, and also a Bentete Kwashi Hospital no so. Enti sa wuti Kingdom Home Real Estate dia. Na wuti ofia ankasa. Enti minu ma mufra buchiraba. Na mo be a good weather condition wo akwa kwatena de. Mumra anaso pese otodan. E de ma momu ni popi. Betre baby o masumba twu o mo dia. Ene e bra Kingdom Home Real Estate. Enya ira kwan kura. Ye obi e wa Kropon ene bi nso wo abri. Ufri Adenta Aircon e 30 minutes drive pe. Na wo mo adan no so de fofo enti sa wo pedan atode a ene afra yen sesie friend Accra office no e wo 0240 521 276 anaso betma frɛ Akropon office e wo 0555 612 611 Kingdom Home Real Estate Development Limited e ye fia nkasa
menua Aqua Safari Resort Nancy, and your mamma come see Huna Minya or Aqua Safari Resort for Fron and Show. So, what do Aqua Safari to my phone again, Nigenis at Joe. Now, what do 24 hours battle no at show? Ya in Niger from go and summer you may be able to say jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and a cast net fishing. And in Naka, you made your Udo Pio Aqua Safari. Mark 24 point for no found go forte so one team on your every year. Who no one and no man who rather for Fesu. I don't know one diagram now, Mowendiane. Me mom dear, me nyani just strong. Na means me train some message with Chako Aqua Safari Resort view.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say, Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You go enjoy it. In my Ramen check. In my Ramen check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank.
Can promise. EBS, roofing papa fear.
Yasan dia papi mo Ghana for. Bronyen DBS Industries Limited for say. One more border is one free. I what in the year? Free bonto. Ndiyan so beto mo roofing sheets papa. One dia pe drama so ni mu biabi. One more be boss mo kama. Untiashi. Enti we dia ni jesam. Wo betumi so from what the free estimate. Kai say some promotion if you say prayer ko 31st December. From CCA. Accra number no 0240 844-444. Kumasi so dear 0506-004-141. Dakra dear 0506-004-242. DBS Industries Limited. Roofing Papa Fee. Franco, #1 electrical appliances shop. MOBBia official pa. Every 18th December, Edikosi Safi Baba na wiye. Electrical appliances bia obeton wo Franco bia. Woji wache die. Peking crane. Mobile phones, say Nokia, Samsung, iPhone, any de keka ho. Laptops, smart TVs, every 32, Edikosi 85 inches. Air conditioners, every 1.5, Edikosi 2.5 horsepower. Fridges ahodo, washing machines, CCTV cameras, any electrical appliances ahodo eye papa. Nane wolf, oton wo Franco. Woji wache die. Say your wholesale and I retail. Call www.francotrading.com and our friend 0246-422-338 and a 055-5939-311 and a 0302-225651. Franco Electrical Appliances Papa FE.
Malaria fever, typhoid fever, body and menstrual pain, cold and joints, loss of appetite, mono, say a punua,
Chris, download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah, download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my Brahmin check. In my Brahmin check. Come nigga, download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Can't come with Ecobank Apple. Can't come with
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Kim promise.
Hey, Pedro, Nansen, who ya Pedrianu? Ama, Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules Ram no Yeno. Menumwa to Soma, and a Nansen will say, Obersor Namena, Yana Meko Jogio, and Huadina Bidra, Mitimin Nante, a Fru Sania, Menti Brebium Sanse, a Mojanity free Juma, and immune system no so a Yena Juma. Kingdom
Kingdom Herbal Center for Dre. And I would you want dance here.
Men na messi was a sedia ofra mefro wisanensua mesane.
And ya kwajo Miss Media Semwesio. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules na daruma. And ne amama your best sima.
Oh you wa Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules a dra. Food and Drugs Authority for Ajatum a boost to immune system. Why kesi boost for obesity wedropa. Any and rheumatism arthritis. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules. Mua mopedu to Enko Kimberlin Avenue. Okaishi Draglin. Ewo Enkran. Drugstore BMU with Sabetimia Kebi. Etimia Free Kingdom Herbal Center for 0275 804064 and 0302 938153. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules.
No challenger.
Ghana for why ready ana Game Park Limited a lottery company for ewa Ghana Kromha e dia grow for Abeja na e shase every 15 September 2023 since we da wakoma so every the number 1 Ekosiisen 36 chani boom na share nim say we be disika bocho wa bra ye number na pie bobo hu na ye ready say we be di mula wa bra wucha from 1 Ghana cedi to 350 cedis na face kana we be channel fa bo hu predio no nsia me kire 26 times e was up pick one game imu but star 946 hash e networks ni nyina so ana obetimi download the Game Park app no e your website ni so www.gameparkgames.com share live draws e Adum TV anopa no nkron e wi adumie no e na nwumre no nsia de bia Game Park more mula more power Sagrodi National Lottery Authority in Sashase undi mfie du nwoche a ndi Sagrodi bono wa hwe yim
Y'all ready? You better look for your shadow. The 90s jam is back. The golden era of urban music. The 90s, the nostalgia, the music.
Real music.
The Shada, Cross Collars, Kalkani, Full Injection, Fubu, LA Gear, Tommy Hilfiger, Paco, Pele, DKNY, and many more. The dancers crisscross, shoop, cracking, breakdance, cabbage, and more. The Joy FM 90 Jam, 5th January 2024, rooftop of City Galleria Mall behind Accra Mall. The first and only certified jam of the new year, fully powered by Joy 99.7 FM, your super hits radio. The Joy FM 90 Jam is brought to you by Frital Sunflower Oil. Enjoy the goodness and tasty meals. NLA 519 Mobile. Stella and down stem dial star 959 hash to play.
Feeling sad. Only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no asugu so a utie no. It's the 3rd day of January 2024, Wednesday afternoon, the midweek edition of our show. And we'll check with your time. We've done some 15 more minutes to 6 p.m. in studio. Honorable Sylvester Matthews Tete, or a member of parliament for the people of Botiano English Yaman from constituency. MPP ABA nominations in constituencies with sitting MPs no okofane form FLA ene wako vetting etimi go through vetting no successfully wayene balloting, and as a partner a balloting we are picking number 1 on the ballot paper 27th January and abatono ekoso Botiano English amount from inti from vetting na oba studio ha yene no ED and komo honorable inti yensaim rabak na edika yenhwe. Yes, you tried to become member of parliament or Ningo Pram after I think 3 attempts on 2 attempts and Oba Botiano English amount from Enanyamea Dom Utimi Irini. Why do you still want to be in parliament? Aden Unye di opesa wo yenwie yana
Obi me abranti na unim as much as I know parliamentary work, it comes by experience.
Yes.
Na obaina nya wo mfaso na party nya wo mfaso umpeso aso so nya wo mfaso. So oko parliament
Asempa FM
na wo free mo, you wouldn't be able to make that impact as much as you would have, especially as the age will side na ejoma no so ye ni ye dia na ebeboa community no be bia free ebeboa wo political party na afi so aboa oman no as it were, because Ghana is a nation, a committee of nations. Now ye war many international parliamentary associations are you know modern so ahodo and the act of legislation a experience. I've seen people kasa na me a lot here the movement in parliament a lawyer for parliament, I can tell you, and the legal profession on just you can understand parliamentary procedures a whole way I say on its own. That your friend is a first deputy speaker Joe Wise, not a lawyer, the former chief executive officer DVLA Juma Waye about parliament or can publicly. It took him time to really understand the processes and procedure in parliament. And they say, when you become parliament, and let me do me because a lot of your senior members of parliament now I feel na you be a parliament. We call parliament at the time and now 137.
Yes.
Until there was a huge way of parliament. Meaning opportunity to serve in leadership as a vice chairman of communication committee of parliament and a member of the local government committee. Obi, such a huge responsibility bestowed on me as a first timer of parliament. Communications committee and yet any main committee in parliament. Now, matumi aye juma in that leadership for 3 years. Maybe me first term now parliament as an institution, investment of my year in me or mine year in me. Now me free or another person ebeba. You know how long it's going to take the person to be able to fit that bill. And then people like Chairman Bonsu, Honorable Kennedy Ohine Japan, Joe Gate, Joe Wise, Dr. Francis Mafo of Oforikrom. They are all leaving the chamber. Obit is attached here. They are leaving. Young party, no parliament as an institution. And the obvious one, I feel now corner, grooming now also be free. Now parliament stands to lose. The nation stands to lose a lot. And of course, your constituency as it were. And it's a service, a national service.
But some would say, sir, Obi free now also by.
There's nothing wrong with contest, but I'm explaining it. Now say nipa me bubo mudin voluntarily.
Sure.
Kennedy Japan 24 years in parliament. Chairman Sambusu 28 years in parliament. Joe Wise 12 years in parliament, and many more. But me feel say I want energy war. Ejuma no see ye. And for me, I was be contributing more to my country, parliament as an institution, my constituency for that matter. Enti obe carry wo no wahwe say adwuma no aso wo ye ne yie say wo ye ne yie na ahoden wo ho opepa no wo ho dia ade na wo nsre wo manfo no monto aso de make nyina obi first of all me party for say omo be ka say adwuma no wo ye ne yie to enyo hye me to me impose me on my constituents as it were. That is why every 4 year cycle you start by internal primaries with party for the representing party no at the constituency level. Now we call national elections. Constituency any jiwejuma first of all, then they will push you to represent them, further represent them in parliament.
But constituent of 4 years to serve them.
Yes.
We didn't have 4 years, they had some expectations of you based on promises. In the end, say NPP delegates now or be walking to that ballot booth, on the 27th. Or picking the paper, because booth names or to abano. Our choices be me no and me number one, they say. MPP for and a year to obey you be obedient in this constituency. By a representing the panel, the larger constituent on Betuaba. Can we still trust, say, the Honorable Sylvester Tetekwa, based on promises or 4 years ago, man for no Ebetuaba Ediamano?
Very well. And
you have a record to justify that
record. And until now, I was say church first of all, party for the record. My day January 70, I'm 3 years in Parliament. I come in 1 more year, so it's a work in progress. And when I was saying me account to me party for first of all, no who dear my baby I could drew in the account in him. Obi, Yamani Ukraine. Mean to me for 4 years and resolving all the issues in the constituency. But you better one after the other. A dear now why your constituency I'll say a 12 now a 12 the larger community first important and a very important question Obi. Me babedim rashe between me can't tell me man for I've said it on many platforms who been quote to me wrong. Me say there are things I can do and there are things I cannot do. Niama be to say personal intervention, personal benefit to people. As much as possible, I'll do my best. And my target, more often than not, the vulnerable in our society. When I say the vulnerable, like the Kunafo, and Penninfo, and Kuala, my target. And no the other Bamenima, Sebi, Sebosian Kramekwa Kobo, Namabayama. Now, so infrastructure, a key to me, and I'm catch almost infrastructure. A gumo ahudro bebre. Ya wodi central government a beye. Sure. Mesika, no matter what mean to me. And only roads. And no say mo pobi or ye advocate. Constituency no. Sabi Nana Akufo-Addo, the road minister, works and housing minister, or any other minister may not be familiar with the challenges of our constituency of. And the Sumobia obey the chief lobbyist and the chief advocate for that infrastructure for you in the constituency. And to move Ubia obey the best advocate for the constituency and trust me with that responsibility and I will deliver. And Joby, me shall see health. Me first 100 days in office. Me first stakeholders meeting with respect to Santana COVID them. Stakeholders meeting with the health professionals, chiefs, and opinion leaders. What can we do to curb the incidence of the spreading of COVID in our constituency? Out of that, I realized that any infectious or isolated ward, in case of any suspected case, maybe I will see a constituency. That was a major cry of the health facilities in the constituency. So what I did immediately was to put up a 10-bed specialized ward for isolation purposes in that constituency, and that came from my pocket and some partners I put together to be able to do that in Amanfrom, the biggest facility in the constituency.
Amanfrom Health Center,
Amanfrom Polyclinic.
Okay.
I've sent you some pictures here. Okay. We'll talk about it. Obi. Then the second 10, me boy apron me home say Oko Kokrobite facility is your health center. It's been over 22 years. It's here. The same structure, no expansion, population are increasing power. Ukoshe baby a GMA awo na obi more rem. And I'm saying no. I need to your community health nurses, any special nurses are more appointing. They didn't even have an office. What do you do as a member of parliament? I'm saying no. I'll put up a 5-bed maternity ward and 3 offices to support one more. And then my CAW completed. I will be speaking to this Oko Aplaku Family Clinic.
Okay.
These pictures you are seeing, medical equipment, my donatiama Aplaku
Family Clinic.
Family Clinic.
A private facility.
No, government facility. Uduwana hospital beds na they so I need to work hard to be able to provide them, as you can see in the pictures. Obi Niama ahudo betray and amaye in the constituency. But key Niama me bobosui. Uba me mpeswaso as I speak to you. In 3 years, all these things in record time, 3 years, and I become Asem. Me baye na municipal assembly. Indeed, assembly na boni humoding as the officer is not able to accommodate all the department of government. Municipality. So what it means is the assembly miga IGF Amojino. They use them for rental purposes and the rest. So a cost assembly, no, I need to lobby because I'm a member of the local government committee in parliament for a new 3-story assembly complex so that we'll be able to house all the departments and agencies in the constituency. As I speak to you, it's ongoing. I'm therefore maybe I'm maintaining my body agro the AstroTurf. It's one of the biggest AstroTurf I've built in this country with 1,000 seating capacity.
Must see AstroTurf be completed. And no one have area.
So I'll be speaking to these things. And now, maybe I'll but no SHS.
Yes.
Me babe DMP. The entire coastal stretch from Old Barrier to Langba. There's no secondary school there. 2 secondary schools are all my constituency. And then I say a boarding school. Nina had day schools. And then what that side I was say school constituency every day, even though free SHS, parents have to foot the cost of transportation, which is huge. And you know what SHS can do to a community. So I promise them. Along the coastal stretch, me see secondary school or Abuaomo. And now me know because before this,
but
SHS
a new
senior secondary school ongoing.
Students Yanko,
so you see the structures we are putting there.
We are funded by who?
This is funded.
SHS, no?
It's funded by a friend. This Assembly Common Fund.
Okay.
Not my personal common fund, but you need to lobby. There are other structures that will come from my personal funds and friends that I'm putting together. So that is a project ongoing on as you speak. You see now, Botiano SHS. You see the chief.
It will see a boarding facility. And
this will be a day secondary school,
at
least for now. Be a day secondary school for now. That is what you see in your pictures. Then the next one is the AstroTurf.
AstroTurf.
Now, Asempa. You can see the AstroTurf.
Yes.
Beyond this infrastructure, when you go
AstroTurf, no area, being.
Tuba. Tuba. It's one of the electoral areas.
My commission.
The problem is I'm in commission here because there are 24 offices and shops.
As part of
the facility, it's big. As part of the facility, it's big, it's huge. 24 offices and shops. You see the AstroTurf completed and everything. I can't cry because a transformer specifically designed for this one. ECG for media.
We overthrow now completely and
from scratch. It's part of a Juma constituency or Obi. Now more will come. We'll go to other projects. We'll call baby to say Galilea Mahim. Me baby DMP. Me boy prona me call. There's a huge community space. A Hong Kwana or Mudi Juma who I friend community center. Obi. I promise them. Nyamiya Maduma, me modern say me see ultra modern community center. They thought I was joking. Because I cry want to about money. But it's never my problem. The GD said me Jumadia, the fortunes will change. And there will be pictures, no, but you will see it. A newly built and then you pay so the community is happy.
The whole area, man.
The whole Galilea. The whole Galilea. It's ongoing as I speak to you now. Obi, we this infrastructure project. We call Tuba back again. Me buy a coda a market project. We were thanks to my predecessor. The contract now a market shares. And I'm saying no. The Koda CEO is my friend. Higher Greater Accra. Me mom see shared war. They was send me pim. Na mo stores, story building and stores Tuba. And now me know say one roofy one a juma enche ye be that project area hana me know kasano. This is the Tuba market.
Market no musi. When a Koda
AC through my lobbying to get this project through Koda.
But contract our site there.
Because there were old pictures. Just last week, we were roofing in area. The new state of it is being roofed and everything. Work is ongoing. These are pictures. I check Accra. Ekoswa. Yes. It should be able to Babian him say. Your roof is our project. Said yeah. Obi. We sa nyamai fimwa. Ebi a friend is saying road infrastructure. Near the Obi. Me be Russia between. Only community never can boom no way juma. Roads no be a self-help project. And yet baby na buy betunya. So as a member of parliament, only communities in doing so. What can you do to also support in terms of reshaping? Obi, I'm on record. Say baby ya betunya reshaping. Our constituency one kasa nyama me betunya and nyina na me catch on. My bomoding more than 600 trips of lightright to shape various places.
600
trips
funded by you.
Me, and no one come off, and it came from my pocket. Personal way came from my pocket, and no pictures, member. And no one near only community never can boom no wire. Of course, media you no go. A do baby assembly no boami with equipment. Then you find your grade in that idea. I give it to the municipal chief executive in that respect. But these are things that bet me are here to support the community in times of distress. But being so obi community na person we drains. There is no funding in now. Me come on, I dip my hands in my pocket, 100 bags of cement, 100 bags of cement, 50 bags of cement, all of them pictures wall. These are things that I continue to do in the community to support. Now fe waba there was a ban ye nya na mo was obi mo dia me mo ejuma bebre in advocating for road network in the constituency. Me the honorable Mwakwata a back constituency for 4.5 hours. We are aware your reporters follow 4.5 hours. We have been honorable Mwakwata. It's comminated into 40 kilometers of roads.
Drain way
Iron City. There are many cultures.
And when a self-help project, right?
We're in a self-help project. Okay. We're a government funded project. Okay. Member way so. So I will be speaking to them.
Very well.
As I speak to you, Honorable Makwanta by about 40 kilometers of roads, 22nd December 2022, and they are approving money.
2022.
1 year about. Some of the contract is difficult because of lack of payment. But me can say some of them baby are now home before this picture.
Asphalt.
It is a part of the road that Honorable Mwakwanta approve ya Yeguswa ya.
Constituency. You almost KFC road.
Yes, KFC road. Constituency wa West Hills Mall, Air Force Road right up to Ajasco. 2 contractors and a year home. Way any back fee Botiano side drains no from Botiano side. Ajasco from this one from the coastal side Ekwakushia. A higher wuhui Aplaku drains very topical because quite no much
yes.
Cars etutum na de nipa prepare so to na community nyina ye bo remu obi de wuhui Juma yaye wa Aplaku. You can see before Ajasco Road, you can see before and you can see after. Juma ye wo ho.
You have no more we need be good.
I feel no more we need be good so. Until we ko share baby asphaltic overlay no. It's a total of 6.2 kilometers of roads. Wo muguso awo ye. Me no can say 3 set of contractors out of that 40 kilometers of roads no are moving to site after Christmas way at various places within the constituency. Almost be ye ejuma ahubo abwa constituency no. Obi a work in progress. We way free one. We call American Farm. If you go to American Farm, there's a huge drainer, a big problem. A contractor, my DHR, my diama contractor, why you be a could do baby. Raising certificate or say Chianica, the DHR say be Chianica, no what me completely our roads. There are roads I me predecessor time and I'm more awarded over 5-6 years ago. Contractors will be a human could do baby. Typical of these roads, a Finney Hospital Road. A face so Ukochokumi, 1 kilometer road where your drains IBB our base. Contractor near Dinica and Chianica, and then my kwa processing the BBA, a bit Chianica. And I face new Botiano Road. I was say your call. Chianica, not to me could chat the Juman. So I can't hear what you lobby for. Ekosiisen. So Obi, these are Nyama and one day you know governance and Nyama. Apart from way personal support system for the youth, the vulnerable, and the rest.
But before say about personal support, I think we have to stay on roads a bit longer. So what's the state of roads in the constituency generally? Yeah. I want to believe as member of parliament, Bibia ma stress pa road.
Obi, and no my opponent cry a campaign to me.
Internal
primaries, yes. Now people who don't even understand what it takes and what you go through. Obiti constituency or your campaign say yakwan as a 2 MP. And so until one trip of sun and support 2 areas say yenye reshaping crowd order. But politics obeka. But me and I mean the flooding na ekoso akese. I took Honorable Asensu to the constituency. And we do Tetegu towards Old Barrier. There's a huge storm drain under construction. And now, I say, Ministry for Works and Housing through the Hydro Department, they are in the process of awarding the contract to salvage Tuba Junction, mountain na issue to rehabilitate it, to stop that perennial flooding of the road. These are things that you need somebody who is experienced, who have worked through the system to be able say Benya and Penny for Ombetiase. Obi, when him say me to many nyamre. 3 years nyama make kan nyina mfie miensa adwuma ho asem na ye kan. So these are some of the grading of inner roads our constituency now Minuka. These are things from my pocket.
From wow pocket.
From Yami pocket.
All these machines
all
there.
These machines from my pocket. Assembly no support me when necessary. I fall on the municipal assembly to support me because I am anybody. Now you buy one trip over 900 cities. So just imagine consistently buying over 600 trips across the constituency. Your problem by what constituency are your roads.
Yes.
Roads no are buying to me roads in 3 years. It is not possible. Today be am catching team for say one intimacy no mo nya abotre. We na me ye baby am ya akwa kudruni. America crab betomo. Nema me ye nyina say any hodada aka buy this up yakoye.
But based on the state of roads, any drains near there no, will it be fair for your constituencies to say the only thing I be jeje the state of roads?
No, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be because even the state of the roads, no, a dear na MP na ya found. And when I was already judging me, and yes, at the Hokeko, the MP had met a very bad state. A dear na MP I found, and only pictures are only what I've personally done out of pocket. The Matumia lobby abeka yeah. You should judge the MP on the basis of that. And there are places they also need my support in terms of self-help projects. And what it means is MP no wayebi and onyebi. It's important. What have I been able to do? And I got full year ahead of me. I'm pretty much aware. And the constituents no baby no enra first and 3 days. 1st of January. Me call watch night. Me do fear me name Crawford Transia money about 7 o'clock. Now me another community. There's a problem of a school space in the classroom. The classroom space, I am overcrowding. A man no skin disease is not the idea. I moved in. Me say I'm putting up a 3-unit classroom block, and now me know say work has started at that place. And your work in progress. Until 1 year now the bufo was 3 years. No, so the delegates and the party people, they understand. They understand.
Yes.
That's how bad the road was, as it were. This is broadcasting. Maybe as a Majan etier.
Okay.
Before in Shotobia, this is the state of the road, and then Yamin Chadie, this is after. And these are things that I was the judge MP. And so me MP no, and then no yafa problems are.
The other, well, I mean, a lot of landlords associations in the area.
Exactly.
Are they aware of what's happening?
They are. Now, Sabi, broadcasting resident associations. And do their dear may pray for ministers to approve this road for them. Many women may call ministers. I took them there for them to see the effort. And the baby I'm going to say, Nipanamo. And crowd money. Reshape ya any idea and crowd money.
For the resident associations in areas, how mono, are they aware, say, things are happening in other areas within the constituency?
Been so dear, or say, me a hana metia. Me found
me hear me.
Into Nyama me Kenya, my booklet in I'll circulate it. Me call round so me catch the home. Baby or what obi. Nipa and to me faso and drive so crank on fee.
Sure.
Between a home, ni baby bet me a reshaping no. I think that attention should go to baby. Want to me a reshaping and nipa to me koni fee. And to me power much. I plead with them. Say we prioritize it, not because of more. Into baby I was said to me reshaping no. Me a reshaping more. Said the bear makuma better on him. And in some of the resident associations, no, I donate the cement with them and we do the work.
Before you decided to be contested as MP, Botiano, no, I believe say you had gone round. Now wouldn't him the state of the road say
meaning pa.
And you still decided to be MP?
I decided to be an MP because Sabi, me pese me ye MP keke. Me pese me ye MP that you be bebo meeting. One taka ya to you see the state of the road. And never would the so.
I 100 drains we
call 100 drains no echo on. Nipeti on one day. Me kaida me call inspection wa. Ti memu fu eti ho. Sorry bomu say mame. The least expected say you bet me anya project
Asempa FM.
Nti obi. Nipa de enye obi a na be wasem. Obi send me message you ha. Or support to me opponent in spite of all the me here no. Adan a. Me repair ni car man no. Me man J3 and son of Abe support your delegate. I can show you the message from here. A big problem on him one say you real campaign mean talk man wabre. Na me den matoka ma. Eno nti nipa no is out against me today. But enyo bia no bepe wasem. Obi betu abetia anaso mpe wasem ene. Because constituency executive be co-election the last time no lusu ye. Ni nipa no. And you know lusu the obe make sure say won't be lusu. And there are various reasons why people vote. In spite of all that, no, I'll tell my story. I'll tell my story. Obi, okay? Lighting system in the constituency. I lobby, I buy, just to make sure that we lit up the streets for the constituency. And you grow. Obi, okay? Me paper DMP. A new developing areas now there. Meter problem was one of the biggest issues I encountered during my elections. To me call Ministry of Energy and lobby over 5,000 meters. Me making sure say you register every home. Said your ECG bill no that's no one not even a dime. Them bomb meters no man for and then what do? Nipa be share me say meter manya e wo me fear aman tokwa it's easy wo fear. It's a we communal service obiane ni priority. Today be me catch roads there are very key. But roads there, the only expectation from an MP is open lobby. Yeah. It's your MP lobbying. As part of my advocacy, you know why your various programs that were constituency. It brought attention on the constituency. The minister followed me. With my approvals, they are doing the roads. And they judge your MP by the level of advocacy. Baby, you bet me to the bottom. This is Galilea Community Center.
Okay, community center now.
And then pavement wall. A name saying the pictures we took, and why? Obi, a work in progress. Apart from all this, skills training, and not just a skills training, skills training that you give funding to support women. One of the biggest projects I'll be doing this year, the coastal sanitation. Most of the homes don't have public place of convenience. Into me per se, me introduce biogas way into the community. How do you do that? You need to train. You see, people have trained and give them certificates, and I'm setting them up. So what I do is biogas no. The person me homes na enya. So I'm sourcing for funding. I've trained people who are going to do the work for the community. They'll get paid. The community will get the benefit. And after this program, no experience on the job, they will make living out of it. These are impact you make your community is not just speaking. Obi, Niama Mekika one seminar in a state of 3 years. So it's work in progress. A work in progress. So we don't just enkasa, but we work.
Obi say Obi. Honorable Sly, how about the route at New Botiano towards Adanseman? And somebody also says, we'll be listening to Honorable Sly. He has listed areas in the constituency where projects are being undertaken. I'm yet to hear of West End University and its environs. Our routes are in a mess.
I was there Sunday.
West End University. And also our constituency.
Sorry, was Sunday. And I said, I spoke in the church. And I'm catch up. Yes, in Ruho and Ukre. Obekaya from the market. Taxi rang towards the last time we trust that coin was 3 years ago.
Okay.
I say, and I'm coming in with a drain first of all, and I've asked them say, "Mommy, time bakra." Iron City there now, it took time. It drew almost Langba and I look say the resident never did one dance 3-unit classroom block. I feel air starting. And a work in progress. I couldn't have fixed all the problems in the constituency within 3 years. And yet possible. And yet possible. No credit that one West End. Minim say omunya drains pa. And now me look say a community called Kalabule to Galilea. A short distance because of drains. Me be drains and your friends say bridges me and son. Kalabule Galilea. And Tuba Kana to a friend is saying Brigade. Then another one Kuwait. A cutting between Kuwait and Tuba. These 3 bridges will be within the next 6 months. Or some we are 3 bridges in our constituency.
And personal funding.
Personal funding.
Bridge, you know.
Bridge, yes.
Okay.
We talk COVID now.
Okay.
One, a bedroom so mean to me, so I'm seeking for support through my common fund. And yet, it being here. But make sure other sources are met me the 3 bridges. And yan room also, they have every right to speak. But these are effort I'm making. Many of him for share. Ya call rounds my church no more. And yes, Sikano war too much. But these are effort I mean, they know I'm going to fix them.
One thing I'm curious about, it seems in your constituency, for a member of parliament, your constituents seem to be judging you so much about physical projects, didn't you?
Yes, and no, you see, baby, any party or share the environment. Roads, we are trying to share the environment, roads.
But the municipal assembly should take
a problem. Yam fix it work room ha. Say MP ne to abamano. Your fees only was social contract.
And as maybe also promises say
I never. Maybe I can show you near Mami Kaya. I was clear in my mind. Say roads are done by central government. Don't forget I've contested 2 elections.
Sure.
I was a CEO before mayor, but I was very mindful of my words. Me catch us, I will lobby for it. Now MP Ben obey me this guy. But judge me on the level of my advocacy.
Of your advocacy.
But baby, I was saying to me bottom na me boa mo near self-help project. I'll be there for you. And I've proven that. Enti baby a enru omo so no de. Ubeka dey. The obe Sunday me call churches. I did 4 churches on Sunday morning. 5 churches.
This is huge. Which
this
project
is huge.
is this?
This is the old barrier. The storm drain and make a many honorable sensu energy now.
Oh, okay. In where are there project go so more?
To curb the huge flooding across the Pine. So, as part of your work is your ability to lobby and bring necessary attention to the constituency. I cannot. This is over $20 million project. If you don't lobby for central government to do it, you can't do it. And it's a flooding back now say MP here. Judge the MP by level of advocacy. They bring it attention. MP being over to me in the sika. Adietisa. Tidiba Mr. Omo. Baby a omo bufu. Adansimai a new botiano to Adansimai. It is part of Roda. Yet their mark contract 6 years ago. Contract an year from a new botiano. Also the asphalt goes about 1 kilometer or base no. And the asphalt beguso. The can yes say yentua contract and the wasn't to me fan because I buy a dinica, you cannot terminate the contract. Into the Ethiopia, that is the problem. And on a problem. Into me cancer, Pino, Fini Hospital and Chokome, 1 contractor, that is a Jumami and Sanamano. Is a contractor, no, it means you are finding no VA. There's no problem.
There's no problem there.
But then I go so I mean pushes into a contractor, Sikamano, non cost on a Jumana.
Anyway, assembly building and
assembly building and a cost this is an old picture. Assembly building now, yeah, cost.
And so, especially more BNA constituency or question message be the MPR. Your WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Hello, Obi. Kindly extend my best wishes to Honorable Sylvester Tete for the upcoming primaries. Please ask him what is his plan for fixing the road from Old Barrier to Botiano. I think he's dealt with that one.
No, Old Barrier to Botiano. It is part. Maybe 2 contractors are called.
Okay.
Say omushe omukrate near Fejuma. Obi, and you prove it. And no, be an to me. Was to me.
Sure.
The minister is clear. Is an entire coastal tourism road, and the president had made it clear. Says that road will open up the place for tourism. And it's been captured. It's costing over 58 million cedis. And I said, and it is not bitumen surface but an asphaltic road. Very expensive. And Mejidi said it award will be in the first quarter. People will see major works on that road before the end of the year. This is the amount from special purpose ward
no
me can asem no obi so various ejuma ye wo constituency obi emrante ne maba ye ko so no be hu support media man for in terms of ejuma ni nyina every sector media boa in 3 years obi me constituency there delegate obi oni me what problem say on to abama me or ye campaign tia me utieti mu pa like obi ba me ho or say 4 years ago ejuma de why bi pa na de ye ne yan say 4 years ago yi nanim be ye campaign ma me
Asempa FM
yi nanim be ye campaign ma me no other aspirant no wo mu che TNT ni ama wo mo And this person ye campaign man will not support me. So 4 years ago primary sick and me.
I was so triavan.
In the farm to my wire. Will be any reason to your about you. But you need to spend time. Now what church and so much nipa. Obi wa and you as a person. Obi or do a chinti. These are some of the cement donation for self-help projects. And what constituency? This is 100 bags of cement donation to Akwasa Golden Valley. Not resident, no. Yet pavement. We not here. Me call me to me for canning na. Why ye be? I was saying me 100 bags of cement. Me they support you. So Obi, a juma de be brain a work in progress. These are things done just in 3 years. In the baby 4 years, no. In the can't tell me say MP unless of course you don't work in the constituency. And when I go to the grounds, I can defend this record. I can explain, compare my records with the previous NDC MP's record. And it candidate now, does the candidate have the capacity to undertake a Jumayeka in 3 years? Can the person be able to boldly defend the party's record in the constituency? And not a party for sure.
My main kind messages kakra about and on far.
These are my project for widows.
Okay, widows.
The vulnerable in the society me support to women.
I'll come back and then we deal with the other project. But 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. That's our WhatsApp number. Where you say, Obi, please ask the MP what is his MC doing, because I've never heard him mentioning any project done by the MC. Elisha Tay from Usu, or he made a point say where their support is needed. No, Adio Consortium. I think that point was made.
My council say MC. You see, you can memory records. You what the MCI. I'm not here to compare many MC. MCI ni nyama bebre. You can ask who are dying in nyama. Why? Ewo ho. 5 years assembly ni buy. Omo exhibit. But a memory record. And I'm defending ahead of the primaries are dying. And so I don't want to be delving into. So me say with the MCE project in other places. MCE projects, they credit the MP. But I'm crediting 3 years what I've been able to do in the constituency. So people should draw the line.
Without the MC project. As assembly project.
No.
Okay. We say Obi, I am Asasia Bain from Broadcasting. New Botiano. Good afternoon, Obi. In fact, Finney Hospital Road has dented the image of the end. And on the south, say Omobe.
Yeah, I'm a contractor.
Okay.
Nipa no on TME. Road idea contract MP to me the problem is that contract and idea man no was started Juma year drains were raising first IPC interim payment certificate. He has not been paid for 5 years.
For that long?
Yes.
Wow.
And me I'm a DMP 3 years and a year problem. Identity me image yes nipa to one na obi a onim de making the obeka say MP wo hina ye kwan say MP I can only lobby. And now me look say me die chira say yentua contractor ne cannot sign bra. Aban cannot terminate it. Who terminate it now they come obi. Ono de obetua ne ka. Na de why adwuma no so. So these are genuine problems I was saying the party as.
We say Obi. Please tell Honorable Sly about the street light on the Kaswa Highway. It's seriously affecting drivers. Kaswa Highway.
Yes, and no highway for Ejuma. Now, I'll speak to the highway director. Now, on info when in show, no fix it on my visibility. So it's important. It's important.
Well, so Obi, you see how unreasonable some delegates can be. How can you demand that your MP repairs your car for you before you vote for him? Very sad. Maxwell Ewo Abokobi. Maxwell Yadase. Well, so Obi, Sly is one of the NPP need. His boldness and wisdom. Also, in speaking, he would win hands down Frank Owusu Parma NPP chapter. That's somewhere in Italy, in the Parma, Italy. Where's the Obi? I really like Honorable Sylvester Tete, aka Sly. I love him. He put up street lights along the road, i.e., from Bridge Junction to Treasureland School to School Junction along the Tuba Road. I'm assuring him that he would win. Would come to see him in his office, would always campaign for him, or say very hard-working NP. Regards, Isaac ne onodi way, Abra Isaac Edase, Papa. Let me see the other ones we have here. We say Obi in BNA. The delegates have concluded the following: 1, quality representation, humility, loyalty, dedication, competence, and a God-fearing servant. In light of the above, Honorable Sylvester Tete's name rings the bell on the lips of all and sundry. Indeed, we are moving BNA seat forward with the people's sly. Barrister Danny, and do we have a Barrister Danny? Yeah, that's it. We say, Obi, good evening. Honorable Habib, the predecessor of Honorable Sly, constructed half of the road connecting Galilee Market to West End University. The constituent voted Honorable Sly with the expectation that he would advocate for the completion of the remaining portion, but that was not meant to happen. Our roads in West End University are in a mess. Joe, Eddie, any Joe, thank you. Obi, okay, let me see. Lampre King Rashid says, Obi, good evening. Please, BNA need a vocal MP like Honorable Sylvester Tete and not anybody. So I wish the delegates of BNA would endorse him massively. We say, Obi, to be fair to Sly, BNA is a difficult and a developing constituency. It lacks many facilities. Listening to him, I think he's doing his best. Delegates must reward him with another term. Another one there from Maxwell in Abokobi. Obi, good evening. We've had 3 MPs in BNA, but Honorable Sly has performed better and stands tall. In the last 3 years, human development in BNA has been visibly enormous. He deserves more than 2 terms. Odum Mensa Ewo Tuba Kuwait. Tuba Kuwait. Okay. Well, so Obi, good evening. Ask him about the road behind Lighthouse and Mr. Saki for me. He's done very well, especially the GBC road. This is Obuobi Yedase. Well, so Obi, good evening. I think the honorable member, if what he's saying is anything to go by, then he should be voted for again. Wish him very well. Ask Patrick from Zebila. Okay. Well, so Obi. Okay, or the video of Ayawaso West were gone. We'll deal with that subsequently. We say, Obi, please tell my MP I said he should stop taking. Okay, I said he should stop taking glory of our past MP Alhaji's project. Broadcasting road was done by Alhaji and not him. We'll change him. He has failed. Porto grounds is not well, and also that he knows it. Broadcasting Alhaji project.
He's just joking. He has no facts, and I challenge anybody. Honorable Mwakwata, who call broadcasting, you want penny for I led them.
Broadcaster.
Yes.
I'm also on the association for the
Mwakwata office. The contractor, he doesn't even know who the contractor is. And he's in the same way, as we speak, he will put an asphalt on it.
And then the broadcasting
road now.
And okay,
now we are going to put an asphaltic overlay. I don't want to create a wedge between myself. Those roads are awarded under the former MP type. I've mentioned all of them. Yeah. I'm not the person who will take what am I taking? Indeed, a NPP's record. And I'm capable of defending that record going forward. So we will say, or judge MP only on the basis of road. Youth development, Obi. Me buy sporting activity, power constituency. Every year, me organize Sylvester Tete Cup. Over 100 community teams participate. 100? Yes, I've realized at the local level, you need people with some requisite knowledge in basic sports development. Me the NIPA 6 Eco licensee GFA coaching course. They are certified today. They are within the communities. And you be a Jumana here, no, ma will be a just. I wish you can project the number of institutions, the jobs, and how I've helped people in that constituency in 3 years. And to me, come as a man, will be a reasonable. Yeah, one crowphobia or travel 2 years a day. But the Montias, yes, a Juma means to be in Case, Ubia Medimechi, by me change them, and I'll continue to explain it. I know the former MP are maybe 2 no ideas or no, or supporters, and they would never like you for the fact that Wamo Idol had lost an election. They will never forgive. But look, let me tell them, the former MP, the son of the former MP, even though I unseated ni Papano, throughout 2020 campaign, no, yani boy in the year. We worked with him. Look sharp. They be the way now. Yes. Mikana mi bo mi nsemano because it's dedicated to a Juma who do I was here a year work constituency. Look, I'm one MP, my community, my people, a lot of community engagement, landlord association, meetings are Michelle or more associations, I don't know, community engagement. 338. Obi, I'll give you my 3-year in office report from day 1 to end. It's a booklet like the proper report, details. Obi, I visit me. Perhaps I'll be the first MP I'm producing report. Apart from pictures, I've produced a report from my swearing in to Enamino Kase, voluminous document, and I'll leave it for the constituency. And I'll give one copy. What I've been able to do. But I've produced a detailed report. I have a functional office, 7 member staff in that office. I'm telling you, I was ready to serve, and I'm still serving. Ready to serve. So when it comes to community statistics of outreach programs from 2021 to 2023, the Biamakubia church is 293 visitations in my constituency alone. Over mosques, 41 visitations. Salah festivals, over Christians, Christmas and Easter, over weddings, over outdooring, over civic clinic, over widows engagement, over community engagement, over contributions on the floor of that, over MP's mock, over youth seminars. These are things I've done. There are more in terms of job statistics. They know them individually. Soldier, immigration, custom, GES. These are records I can defend in going to 2024. And it's a bit like no catch say MP buy on here. Indeed. They've never.
When you say jobs for you, private companies 79, no?
Yes.
Private companies, but within the constituency.
Within the constituency and some outside the constituency. Obi, yeah, now we hunt you. We hunt for your CV is a gummy officer. Yeah, this why I want to mention. But opportunities as an MP, you speak for them, you advocate for them. Obi, we school 5 years, 3 years, OTF. Onye Jumanya, only CV. Into who source Obi, opportunity be war Asempa FM. Buame. Na makwalai, I can trust, I can vouch for him or her. Me ye CV clinic. Ye tell how to write an eye-catching CV. Into my packet ego. So when there's even an advert in the papers, I call them, go for the interview. You feed, you pay the person's transportation. Now what buano? I've known people now resource and yeah. My support to rewrite your examination. Yeah, military enlistment, get involved. Yeah, customs enlistment, get involved. I'm in charge here. A lot more of them had gone through military 71, police 14, customs, fire service, immigration service, private companies, nursing. Wait, I keep doing them in 3 years. And these are things that when we dance here, they live within the communities. And you'll be a work in progress.
This one says, good evening, Obi. I just love Honorable's forthrightness. He's just solid and humble in his submissions. Richmond, there was Standard Chartered Bank. This one says that Honorable Sly is a workaholic MP. Sly Twaso Fawaz Ewo Amasaman. There is one here from James Kwabena Bonfair, who says, good evening, Obi, and a happy new year. Interesting conversations you friends are having. Parliament ordinarily should have revered longevity in the House. However, our overall misconception of the functions of a parliament and that of the parliamentarian by extension makes long stay a reason to get rid of members of parliament. And the James Kwabena
that's a prof there. All starting any public lectures and symposia. I think we need him. We need people like Kabila. When they speak, it's a huge voice in this country. But then as he's sending me message, bro, I think that people like them should be speaking. Say me can't if you say you are saying it for yourself. But people like him who have done a lot of research in the things we are talking about. Look, I say I'm Mistro. Attach any hobio. Jogate ni hobio. Canada Japan ni hobio. Chairman Sabonso. Just say Dr. Mafu ni hobio. A lot of them, about 22 of them, with all the experience they are going. They are called primary saying I don't business every month. 1 year. It takes time to bring people up to that level. Seriously.
Anyways, we say Obi, I am here to move to that area. It's my prayer that the people will vote for him again. He is just too good. Obu Obi again, the way Abba. We say Obi, good evening. Honorable Sly has brought the name of the constituency to the limelight. We, the constituent, are giving him a second term to continue his good work in the BNA. Yankee Ewo Akwasa electoral area.
Akwasa electoral area.
Okay. Akwasa electoral area. Okay, it is Citizen Edem. He's not a fan of you. I see you'd lose the election. No shouting can save you now.
Job day grounds. I'm sure he's NDC. They are afraid. They are afraid. Is it their praise? I should be
but the NDC are more candidate.
Oh,
right?
yes, I know him very well. He's a friend. Okay. He knows it, and the NDC itself knows. So obviously, so the prayer is that Sylvester Adete must lose the primaries.
No, the NDC knows what?
They know that the candidate they elect is my brother. Of course, he can't.
So he cannot win the seat.
He can't beat me. He can't beat me. On to me. Me, I don't know. On to me. Akwete, on to me. NDC for cry away. On to me. Obi. Now, elections now here kono. The youth of BNA. I'm MPR. I don't want community engagement. Am I? I don't shy away from it. I will tell you the truth and I will explain them. So a work in progress. Me no cause a project that this year ya meye. Uko atia yellow container. Insu ho na pa 3 boreholes. My year preparation we have 2-3 boreholes. E ho nyina school bia ni ho. Enti me ne wo kase yi. My year arrangement me catch him from some pass as mami. Me ntumi nto asase. O mo pe bi mami na me establish a new basic school e wo ho. The boss and crab me yama because we should be nkwala nante echo for basic school. Akwasaya Mike is one of the biggest electoral areas. Any public school be our. Me no kase as a vice chairman of the communication committee. My boy at the elector called GBC. GBC was as be da ho. Omun mami a portion for the community interest. Na yen to me see public school e ho. Obi enti a work in progress. Mean to me can say problems and what constituency on my area. Until what end rules so no. Look at what I've been able to do in 3 years. Montua me so, a bedroom so. And only Kasa Bedinam. Into your bio contesting me and Nani slogan is MP Nyeshi. And these are people, party worker constituency on in Yebida. Into Wona Unye Bidano, the 2 minister ones are. How are you going to defend the party's record? Or you are going to throw your hands in despair? Party Ninja, MP Nuba on Yashi, Media Muntumam, and I but delegates, they know. And me here 1-on-1, Michelle, Obiani Bue for me. A day, Ubekomubekomono, no bio do a chinti. Wanya Umutai. Ubekomubekomono, be pray. Me church and Yamamucha, Aden among Cassantre. Ade, so me wabotre. Me church much omo. Sabi, mean to mean solve obi a personal problem or the back 200.
Yeah.
The registered. You see, obi ejuma ya yache. I mean, it is not. I can't fund it all by myself. I'm being honest with you. I can't. 3 boreholes that I was saying, see. Look, 6-unit classroom block to start a basic school. I will attain a yellow container area because in Kuala Lumpur, Saint Faustina, Hammy. And maybe I'm per 6-unit classroom block. Maybe I'm magic blocks, magic cement. Mestre will be seeker for laborers. Now the idea, now yeah. A bank cannot do it all. Last year, International Day on Sanitation, diaper, we know. 2 schools, me share diapers over 3,000 pieces. It didn't come from my pocket. It's a local company who manufacture diaper. I went to them. These are the challenges. International Day. What can you do? Once the student population, numbers, they came through for me. I impacted young girls more. And Joby, and you see, we hear a Juma we chair. Obi, let me throw and Charlie. Me watch me, best me for but me so baby no I advert mammy. Your baby never nipa 3 on by boho na mammy. It's part of the advocacy for the community. And so be Timia, among no me, bohos me and son. They were very strategic places for my constituency.
For the constituents.
They need it.
But you know English.
Let's say me delegate no say they must follow who know road. Now you say a I mean, Obi contesting me and I try to investigate Bebia office or Obia who say why party Juma or Hoda on for evidence man on 10,000. Nobody has been able to produce that results to me. And so we're not general over contested. Obia name no baby I saw your party. Obi so your party. And then you be so be vetting say position Ben and hold your party no more was the electoral area secretary. Position that does not exist. Is anybody when him say to Abamamia? You can know the end from the beginning.
Will you be shocked say Ulusu primaries now?
Obi, I'll be shocked, but I trust I won't lose. Because Sabi, Nipa upese obe on city, one only experience be in terms of politicking, only experience in the constituency work. And the two minishing is that how is the person going to defend in a very difficult election in 2024 to win the seat for you? And we a delegate. Among for the I'll be passing for passing supporting or vetting. Me drew on a t-shirt no musician no master is so delegates sometimes can be deceptive. But me, I told you the statistics from my last primaries. I'm quite scientific. I was a constituency secretary. I was a TESCOM president. I was a campaign manager for the regional chairman. I was a campaign manager for Freddie Blay. And I know what it takes to do internal elections. And me catch that Ubia say one in time chuku. And yesika a relationship, a experience, a hard work. And ye diko. But me cost was srewom. Sesema fumu bia me nipa. In service of the people for 3 years. Definitely we tia ubinanso. It's my form bia. One in shame juma panon fan cheme. Say we'll build together. Even those who are against me, I'm still engaging them. Say, look, we must do this together. Yemfa ebufo any emotions and selecting leaders. We know. We know. But you see your food pano. Any piano. It makes us sre womo. Say my form bia ye nipa. One in share a juma ye together. Now one in say say it was what constituency be anywhere mania reputation for one term MP. Ebedu baby nobody will be interested. But it's only when Nipano Oche no get more experience then you get a benefit.
Your predecessor was a one-term MP, no?
Yes, he was.
So why should they treat you differently?
Yes, I'm not saying they should treat me differently. The records. I'm defending my records. And I'm in person may go back because Osei the numbers are minyaya. Me Jidi say Yebisao, who is a former member of parliament for my constituency, you struggle.
Yes. Yes.
Nanka we yesi bo.
Sisi anamehu Habib.
Yes, Sisi anamehu, you might have googled it. But over your head, when you say bo 10 MPs were Greater Accra, you might have you mentioned me first. Why?
Advocacy
is key. In the Bibia Niaka. We move on. I don't think a contest here contest no. But me can't say Miss True and I say Mubimba. I welcome everybody. Look, I could have petitioned for somebody to be disqualified in the contest. Because why? You are not part of it. But me say Obianko. Let my work speak for me. I'll plead with them. I'll explain to them.
We say, Obi, good evening. Honorable Slice.
This is maternity ward I spoke about.
We now say personal funding, all right?
No, this is not personal funding. The other one was personal funding. Okay. This is from my common fund.
Okay. We say, Honorable Slice, we're Kaole Kempi. I know he would win, but please ask him, what's the update on those students who got drowned in his constituency somewhere last year on their way back from school? Have they found schools in their communities for them to attend, or they are still crossing the river every day with the canoes? The kids' lives matter. Beremaya Odompre Ewa Hamburg in Germany. Yes. That was in your constituency, right?
It was in my constituency partially and part in Tidamensen's constituency. So the region, RCC took over the matter.
Okay.
Into the matter investigations on how to relocate the people and everything. It is not within my purview.
Okay.
It's within the purview of the RCC, led by the regional minister.
But you followed up on
yes,
what
I follow up. I mean, there's a report. And that they have to, they've commissioned a report. So they'll submit the report to the regional minister. So and I'm very careful. The details, I don't know yet.
Okay.
But they interviewed me and other people who matters in that regard.
Wesa Obi, why borehole? Because Kaswa and its environment should not be crying for water, because look at the Wager Dam. But as I am talking of Anko, J River is where the district assembly is, but there is no pipe. I know you are a hard-working guy, and God will surely help you. Yaya Kuta.
Yaya Kuta. Let me explain. I mean, Yaya Kuta, it's true. Obi, there are ration water in Greater Accra. The population have a good Greater Accra. We ration water.
Yes.
And some is due to human activities around the Wager Dam. Woma Cheche Musa on many occasions. But se wo borehole air clean. In absence of say pipe no crab bano. A better survey resident problems. It's key. And there's a extension of water are slow because we extending pipelines now in Siomfem. So immediate thing I bet you me now you can be sure say nipa no benya nsuo. Look, in a small area and the rest, the pipe friend said the boreholes no clean to the you mechanize it. People can even tap to their homes. Ghana water dear Maya, I bet you are saving one more. So I think it's also an option we can always explore to save the community.
Yeah. Honorable my say and wish you well. Say and to me and Ninkomobio before the elections. I wish you very, very well. We genuinely hope you do well in these elections.
Obi, me da say, me juma me nyina mo abo me chi dom papa wo Dominic Kisi yeboa o man hene ne ade. Many occasions say as part of my advocacy said the Beya will get the necessary attention in Yama. It's yielding results. I can tell you Ejuma Mayeno has never been in vain. Let's be constituent say one inya abutrekakra. You see Obi another thing is nipa bebre na fi say my DMP bear 8 years ni 12 years. I'm telling you who call baby a man 4 years now better so watch that so there be
Asempa FM.
Oh yeah sure. Inti enosu kaun ebia said the sebia nipa humi all the time they assume say sanity but they're work in progress and I believe say we'll get there. Me that's you be
all the best. Honorable Sylvester Tete and Amotian and can a certain member of parliament Botiano English yaman from Ekosiisen in Suni Asempa 94.7 FM.
Asempa FM.